Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the stream. This is Kerry from Cinema Conversations, and I'm joined once again by John from Boneyard Cinema. Hello, John.
Hello and welcome to the stream.
That's what you're going to say. Welcome to the Boneyard. It's a different kettle of fish. Tonight we are having a watch along of Pink Floyd's The Wall from 1982, a film primarily based on their album of the same name from 1979. It's not everybody's cup of tea because of the content, but I would have to say, give it a chance and we'll see how we go. We'll talk about maybe some Pink Floyd songs along the way and the history or the meaning of the songs in the album itself or the film. So we'll be starting in about maybe 15 minutes or so because it's a short movie. So we might get a second one in if you're up for it, chat, if you're there.
All right.
And if you have any suggestions for the chat, fire ahead.
I really like this. I'm a big Roger Waters fan as well as a Pink Floyd fan. I love Radio Chaos. I really love the pros and cons of Hitchhiking. Muse to Death, his fourth album, which its name escapes us now, but I love Roger Waters' solo stuff as well. And I guess we'll get into it, but there's a lot of stuff about The Wall.
Yeah,
that Roger Waters said, "This is my story. I wrote it."
It's primarily his story. Yes, exactly.
It's about him. It's about his mother. It's about his father dying during the war and all that. And is Pink based on Roger Waters? It's an interesting and it's a great film directed by one of the great British. You've got kind of Ridley Scott, Tony Scott, Alan Parker, Adrian Lyne. They were the guys that kind of came from advertisements into movie making.
Yeah, the British new wave for Hollywood.
And Parker's he's an expert director. His direction it's quite visionary.
He's a musician's director, I think, because he did Commitments and Bugsy Malone and
Fame.
Like
he did Fame.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
He also did Mississippi Burning. He did
that's right,
He did Birdie. My favorite's Angel Heart with Mickey Rourke, who's one of my favorite actors. It's he's an incredible director. Angela's Ashes with Robbie Carlyle.
That's right. Yeah.
He's a powerhouse. He is. He's a powerhouse director. And like I say, he came up with that kind of bunch of filmmakers that were just spectacular from England at the time. So stylized. You had the likes of Adrian Lyne doing stuff like Jacob's Ladder and the remake of Lolita and Fatal Attraction. Ridley Scott was doing Blade Runner. Tony Scott was doing The Hunger and then Days of Thunder and Top Gun. And there were just a spectacular group of filmmakers that got their kind of start at the art schools in the 60s.
Yeah. And as you said last night on your channel, Boneyard Cinema, the Scott brothers, started out in advertising.
Yes.
The most famous ad, the Hovis bread ad, I think.
4 shots in that ad.
Yeah.
There's only 4 shots in it. It's absolutely incredible how much of an impact that advert had.
Yeah, I know.
In fact, when you watch The Wall, there's a very, very similar scene in The Wall.
Ah, okay.
We can point that out if you want when we get to it, but it's when the kid's running along by the side of the river and he starts running up the rugby field. It's really similar to that.
Oh, right. Yes.
It's got a very British sensibility. And after all, Floyd are from Cambridge.
Yeah. But you were saying about how it's Roger Waters' story. I think with Dave Gilmour's, I want to say, backing vocals. But he's kind of the conscience of Pink, the logical, side of Pink, who wants to escape and he wants to face people and he wants to.
It's interesting. It is. It's like I say. Solitude just said there in the chat. Hi, Solitude. Welcome to the stream.
Hi, Solitude.
Is it really the story, the lyrics? Maybe the music is made legendary thanks to guitar work with Gilmour. Yes. It is. When Roger Waters does The Wall live without Gilmour, Solitude, it's not anywhere near as powerful. It really isn't. Without the Floyd behind it, The Wall isn't the same. It's not. And I think I wish they'd sort things out. Gilmour and Waters. I don't think they ever will because Gilmour and his wife have been very, very nasty to Roger Waters lately. Really nasty. I follow him. I follow Roger Waters in the media because I'm a big fan. I went to see him live last year, actually.
Oh, very good.
But it's not. You're right. Without the Floyd, it's not The Wall. It sounds great, and it's his story. The lyrics, yep. I think I agree with you there, but without them musically, it doesn't feel like The Wall to me. It really doesn't, because Gilmore's so powerful. You know, you've got Wright on the keyboards, you've got Mason on the drums.
Yeah.
They're one of the best. I mean, they are one of the greatest bands of all time, the Floyd. I really do believe that. I mean, but without each other, Gilmore's solo stuff, I'm not really into. I'm into Roger solo stuff a lot. I think Radio Chaos and Pros and Cons are spectacular works of music. I mean, they're very filmic. Roger Waters has made a couple of movies based on his music. He did, oh goodness me, I can't remember it now. The one when he went to his father's grave not too long ago. I bought the flipping Blu-ray to watch it, but it's great. Yes, I did. Solitude. I got a ban. Yep. So the video got uploaded. It wasn't a ban. It was I could upload the video, but unfortunately I couldn't monetize. And the channel, it's because I'm between jobs now and picking up work where I can, and I've just lost those 2 jobs I was talking about last night. It's well, not lost them, but they've been delayed. I'm really strapped for cash at the minute, so I'm going to take that video down. I'll have to use still images rather than the films, but because it's a podcast, I don't think people will mind. I'll just put still images in there instead. But yeah, it was Lionsgate. I used some of the footage from Dead Zone, and it all got flagged.
They didn't like it.
Well, that's fine. I mean, I totally understand. I'm using somebody else's poetry to, you know, express myself there. I really am. But it's about what I see, I think, more on the podcast. So hopefully Solitude, people won't mind as much, even if I do use the still images.
No, I think that should be okay, but it kind of adds more to it if you could actually show this, you know, the scene.
I definitely agree. I mean, it's an essay. It is a podcast because I'm actually putting these up on Spotify, and I'm putting it through Patreon as well as podcasts. I mean, that was kind of that new style I've been doing since pretty much the thing. I started to try and do them more podcasty because I can see a lot more. Because the editing's not as intense. I'm not using clips as much. I'm not using words from the directors and stuff as much. I'm paraphrasing a lot. But I like to tell the stories in them, you know. I mean, it was we spoke about it last night. Solitude, you mentioned that. I mean, the story I told about Udo Kier was a lot of people mentioned how much they enjoyed that. So I'm going to try and incorporate that more into the podcast side of things and talk more about the personal side of cinema.
I think that's a good idea because, you know, you're kind of like, you're not only giving your take, but you're giving how it makes you feel, as we said last night, how media makes you feel.
It's that's what I love about it. I mean, that's why I started the channel in the beginning. I just wanted to meet people like us, you know, because I wanted to talk about movies and see how I felt about the movies that I love. I mean, all the movies I've talked about, there's a couple on the channel that were newish. Like I did a review of Led Zeppelin documentary that I really didn't like. But I just wanted to vent about that because I was so angry about it, and I couldn't see why it was getting so much praise. And I felt, as a fan of Led Zeppelin, I felt let down by it. So I just wanted to talk about it. But apart from that, pretty much all the videos I've done have been about films that impacted me in a huge way, you know. And I loved it. Well, obviously, as we know, I can't shut up about movies.
They're all masterpieces. Apart from the Led Zeppelin documentary.
Yeah. But Solitude, it'll be up tomorrow, that video. It'll just be still images though instead. I'll have to re-edit it in the morning, so it'll be up Sunday afternoon probably. I'll do my little bit of exercise in the morning, and then I'll finish the edit. Hopefully, get it up for the afternoon.
Cool. Well, we're 10:08 almost, so I suppose I did say 15 minutes, but when we started. But I suppose we could start now, and if you're okay with that.
Oh, I'm cool with it. I can't wait.
Are you okay with that, Solitude? Let us know.
Such a powerful flipping film. The music's. I love. When the Tigers broke free, and I mean, it's some really powerful tunes in this, and it's different. I mean, another brick in the wall from the film's different from the one on the album. They did change stuff.
Oh yeah, they did. Yeah,
musically,
arrangements definitely.
Yeah, arrangements.
But like they didn't have a segment of the film for Hey You, which really disappointed me. But it's in the deleted scenes in the DVD. So, because to be perfectly honest, Hey You is a song which I listen to when I want to write dark poetry. That's something you didn't know about me. I write poetry.
I didn't know that. I do as well.
Did
you ever see it's not there anymore, but I went a while ago on Boneyard Tales.
Okay.
Boneyard Story, sorry, my other channel that I sometimes not very often, but I sometimes upload my short stories to. I uploaded a video of my poetry, but I took it down because I was embarrassed with the comments I was getting about it.
All right. Okay.
But I did a video of my poetry once on Boneyard Stories, but I just started to get a bit embarrassed about it, so I took it down.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll do a wee video myself then of one of my poems, and you can let me know any feedback.
I'll send you a link to it. It's still there. I just unlisted it.
All right.
But my I don't know. I felt weird, you know. I mean, because I started to go and do these poetry events, like filming them. I was getting paid to go and film these poetry events. So like an open mic night, but it was poetry. People could get up and do poems, and I really started enjoying it. And I said to the guy who was running, I've write poems, but I've always just written them for me since I was a teenager. He went, okay, how do you run the camera? And I just went, well, you press here, that's the focus, you know, this is blah, blah, blah. And he went, for the next, he said, I'm going to get you up in the next 15 minutes. I want you to see some of your poetry. And if you don't, I don't want you to film them anymore. He says, now I know that you do it. I want you to read some of yours. And I started doing it, not for long, but for a couple of months. I started going around London and looking for these open mic poetry nights and doing it. And I met some pretty interesting people. I mean, people would get up and rap. People would get up and sing, you know, like William Blake type songs.
Oh, yeah.
It was like songs of love and innocence, like the rhyming. That was interesting. You get people like John Cooper Clarke and stuff popping up in bars, and it was interesting.
Oh. I like John Cooper Clarke. He's got a really dark sense of humor.
He has, I know. That's what I like about him.
But I did a poem there about 11 years ago. Actually, was it 11 years ago? I think it was, yeah. Burns Night in our local. I did a poem for Lexi. So
beautiful.
And then I did, you know, they wanted me to do other stuff, but didn't get around to it. Solitude says, what do you think of Geldof's singing? Now, do you mean as in general, or do you mean as in?
I mean, he's not great. It fits the Boomtown Rats.
Yes.
Like silicon chip inside a head to turn to overload and all that. Tell me why I don't like Mondays. And there was a one he did. There was a one he did. I really like the single. I don't care at all. But I think that was Geldof's solo. Was I don't care if the sun don't shine. I don't care if it rains all the time. I don't care if the sun don't shine. I don't care at all. And it was kind of nice like that because it was his voice suited that kind of. It was almost like remember Whose Line Is It Anyway? When they used to do the hoedowns, it was almost like a hoedown. It was sometimes it works, but he hasn't got the best singing voice in the world. Definitely not Solitude.
Well,
I wouldn't.
He did
but it does fit the Boomtown Rats, I think.
Yeah, he did a song. I don't know if you're a fan of Eurovision.
Yeah, I'll watch it.
But I don't know what year it was. I think maybe 2010, 2011. Ireland sent in Dustin the Turkey to represent them. Song Ireland Nulpois.
Yeah.
Well, he did a cover of Rat Trap with him, the puppet.
Oh, it's a rat trap, Judy, and we been caught.
Yeah, it's very surreal. Let's put it that way. I might play it later. Sure. So
I think it's all that you just said in the movie. I think it's pretty good in the movie, especially when he comes out of the kind of the drug fueled nightmare and he's that one's got spots, all that. I really like all that bit. That fits it. But I mean, he used to pop up when I saw Gilmore live. 2004, I think. Okay. When he was at the Albert Hall and he was just doing it acoustically, and he got Bob Geldof to come in and do the Comfortably Numb kind of talking bits and stuff. And
but
it was all it was beautiful. He was playing this beautiful Taylor acoustic, and Geldof was good there too. Solitude. He came in and did. I think Bowie popped up as well and did something, if I remember. Jesus. I think it was Arnold. It was Arnold Lane or something. He did some Syd Barrett stuff, and Bowie popped up just for a couple of songs, though. But Geldof was good in that. But in the film, I think he's good, not great, but good. But he does fit the part. I think he's really good in the part. I've watched this film so many times, I can't see anybody else apart from him playing Pink. I really can't. Yeah,
did they do see Emily play that night? Do you remember?
They might have done. I don't think they did, though. I think it was Arnold Lane, I think.
Yeah.
I think that's what they did. But there's a video of it somewhere because there was, not somebody's phone, they were filming the concert.
Okay.
Because it was a big deal. It was like nobody'd heard him for ages, and he came back and did it. It cost us about, I mean, in 2004, it cost us about 250 quid. It was expensive as hell.
Jeepers,
It really was.
Near 500 now, probably.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, the last time Floyd were together was Live 8.
Yeah.
Live 8. Oh, yeah.
The whole lot of them, yeah.
Yeah.
So we shall start the movie in a few minutes, as in 2 minutes.
It is Solitude, yep. That concert's recorded. It was a recorded concert. That was it was around 2004.
Okay.
But if it wasn't the one I was at, there was definitely one recorded. 100%.
It's like me when I go on to see REM in 2003.
Let me check. I'll see if I can.
They put on their website that you could put a request into your favorite songs you wanted to hear during the tour, because it was kind of a greatest hits tour.
Yeah.
And I put in a song called Maps and Legends from Fables of the Reconstruction album.
Right.
They didn't play it in Dublin, and I was like pissed. And then they played it the next gig after in Germany. I was like, for flip's sake. But they released that concert on DVD, so I was like, yeah, I can still hear it now.
I'm just looking for it. I can't find it. The concert's there when I saw him, the 2004 concert, but it definitely got released on DVD. It really, because I'm sure I've got it somewhere. And maybe it wasn't the concert I was at then, but it was the same set list, you know?
Yeah.
Let's try Gilmore Live 2004. Gilmore Live. Keep getting the Gilmore Girls when I type in Dave Gilmore.
Oh, jeez.
Dave Gilmore Live. Acoustic.
Excuse me.
So it looks like it might have been recorded before I saw him. It was recorded in 2002. By the looks of it, it's a series of acoustic shows in 2001, 2002, both in London and Paris.
Oh, okay.
And what started out as a charity event grew into a handful of shows in the following years. So I guess I probably saw them afterwards. So it's Dave Gilmore in concert. And they were shot in 2001 or 2002, Solitude. And I saw him in 2004, but it was the same set list, I think.
Oh, okay. So Shine On, You Crazy Diamonds.
So there's a video of it on YouTube, by the looks of it here. Royal Festival Hall in London, not the Royal Albert Hall, though. But I saw him at the Albert Hall. But that's the same kind of stuff. Let's see who comes on and does the songs with him. Because Geldof and Bowie both sang with him. I know they did.
Yeah, according to the Royal Festival Hall, yeah, Comfortably Numb.
Comfortably Numb was Geldof singing with him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Like, it's a really good concert. But here, I'll put the name of the concert in the chat. This is the 2000. This isn't the one what I saw, but this is the filmed one. Concert Meltdown. It's really cool. Bowie did that too. Did a couple of songs in 2007 at the reunion. Let me get I'll just get the stream up and I'll stick it in the chat.
Okay.
So that's the name, Solitude. Dave Gilmore in concert Meltdown 2001, 2002. That's the whole concert. But I saw that concert, but 2 years after, I think.
Cool.
It's fantastic. Like, it really is. It was, he was playing electric though when I saw him, not just acoustic. They did electric tunes as well, but it was awesome. It really was.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Cool. Yep. I'm ready to go.
Yeah. Are you ready? Solitude. Thumbs up if you can. If you need the link, just say it. But it's links in the description of the video. So, sorry, I am freezing. So I got my hoodie on. So I'm like, yeah.
I've got my beer jacket on already.
That's an iconic image. A beer jacket. Dun, dun, dun.
So is Bowie in
Hey.
that? So is Bowie in that one, Solitude, and the Meltdown? I'll have to watch it. I watched the DVD when I bought it.
No, he's not.
Is he not?
No, he's not. No. Yeah, it's just the
Bob
band
Geldof.
and a few others like Richard Thompson and so.
Richard Thompson, Fairport Convention. Richard Thompson.
I think so.
Ah, class. It's been ages
Yeah,
since. I mean,
it is, yeah.
I'm talking 20 years since I watched the flipping DVD. I think.
Yeah, it's pretty much yes. And then they got 3 tracks from the Royal Festival Hall: Dominoes, Breakthrough, and Comfortably Numb. And then the other songs are just Pink Floyd's and Richard Thompson doing his own solo, some of his solo stuff.
Oh, right, I understand. So you just said no, Bowie was on a request tour. All right, cool. Sorry, I totally flipping didn't understand what you're talking about.
Right. Shall we start? And we're ready to go in 5, 7, 12, 1, 4, go. The MGM line.
Excellent. It's a beautiful opening shot, that, isn't it?
Yes. Very kind of like waltzing music.
It just, I don't know, there's something about it that just feels really Roger Watersy, though, to me, the film in particular. God, he got a lot of bad press. Did you see the Osbournes when they did the podcast with the 3 of them after Ozzy's death? It was a couple of months after Ozzy's death.
No, I didn't see that, no.
Sharon Jack and Kelly Osbourne, and she was really, because Roger Waters said he didn't care about Ozzy passing because there was bigger things going on in the world, but he said it in a really horrible way, and she really had to go at him.
I think I was maybe a bit controversial, but I think him and Gilmour are bitter over different things, you know.
I think so too.
Not just because the band split and what else, like, but
is it Gerald Scarfe who did the animation for this?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Gerald Scarfe's a great animator.
By Roger Waters.
When I was at Cambridge, I worked as a gallery technician, and Gerald Scarfe went to the uni that I was working at.
Cool.
And they had loads of his paintings and sketches and stuff in the basement. And they were great. Some of his concept drawings and stuff were fantastic.
That's true. Solitude, yeah, it would have been interesting. All right, definitely.
It's the concerts were great. Solitude, they were fantastic, weren't they? They really were. It was. I mean, I never saw Floyd. I've seen Roger Waters and Gilmour separate, but I've never seen the Floyd. I'd love to have seen them, like the shows. I mean,
I'd love to get like Pulse on Blu-ray.
It's a beautiful concert, isn't it, Pulse?
Yeah.
Momentary Lapse of Reason and all that. There's some great ones, man. The stage shows look fantastic.
So this is Mr. Pink. No Reservoir Dogs connection.
It's really powerful, like.
Yeah. do you think, right, again, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's Gilmore himself projecting a bit, but when they do Happiest Days of Our Lives,
Yeah.
and Gilmore does the teacher's voice, he kind of sounds half Scottish.
Yeah.
Because when it comes to that scene, I'll tell you why, and that just creeps me out. But I'll tell you when we get to it.
There's definitely a lot of darkness in Roger Waters' writing. Like,
yes, yeah,
he's a pretty dark guy. I think when he probably digs into his soul to write some of the words that he writes. Doesn't that remind you of the Hovis advert?
yes,
it really does, doesn't it? There's a couple of shots. I know it's beautiful, isn't it? It really is Solitude. It's an incredible film. Like, who shot this, Gary? Do you know who the cinematographer was?
Oh, I have to go to Wikipedia.
I mean, Waters has said this was Barrett. Like, he said the cigarette burning between the knuckles. He said he saw Barrett like this, just sitting there staring into nothingness with a cigarette burning in between his fingers like that.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like Pink was a substitute surrogate, for both Barrett and Waters. Okay.
Which one's Pink? When I was working in Cambridge, it was awesome, man. I mean, there was a plaque for Barrett at the uni, and the pub, the Anchor, was like dedicated to them, so you could go down to the water and they have murals on the wall and stuff. And they actually did the first gig at a university called Anglia Ruskin University in Cambridge.
Cool.
And it was because it was the first place built. It was Cambridge School of Art. That's where I was working, and they built a mural to them on the balcony in the art gallery where they did the very first gig.
Cinematography by Peter Bizou.
Peter Bizou, right? I don't know what other films he's done. It must be few because it's absolutely stunning. So
Bugsy Malone, Life of Brian, stuff like that.
All right, cool.
And that's the Escape from the Wall. No, they're not really.
That's really cool, man. In an interview, Waters told a story that when they started, they couldn't play other people's songs because they didn't have the skills, and thus they wrote their own.
Good way to go. And that way, then people learn their songs.
Well, I know I keep saying it, but I went and I was talking about this actually yesterday, wasn't I, with Cosmos, Carl Sagan, looking for the places in Cambridge where they'd filmed Cosmos. I went to see where they'd shot the videos out in the Cambridge Commons, where they filmed themselves doing See Emily Play and all that, and the Scarecrow, when they were carrying the Scarecrow with them and everything, in Grantchester Meadows. Obviously Hypnosis, all the album covers, the head offices were in Cambridge.
Oh, right.
I went and saw Sid Barrett's house. I stood quite far away though. I didn't want to go and get. I got the picture taken at the top of the road where the road sign was. I mean, I loved Barrett. I really liked the Madcap Laughs. I think it's a really good album. I mean, but I think it's a horrible thing to say, but I think they had to lose Barrett to mature like they did.
Yeah.
Because
they wouldn't have done what they've done since.
Exactly. They would have. I mean, Gilmore, that story Gilmore tells about actually feeling horrible because he was standing on stage watching Sid Barrett so he could learn Sid Barrett's pop guitar parts because he knew he was going to replace him. God, it's incredible. I just got, even though we're talking while watching, I just got goosebumps. Like a chill up my back. I mean, this is when we're talking about Solitude before, about Geldof's voice. It's wicked here, like. It is good. It's definitely works in the film. I mean, they did two soundtracks, right, for Antonioni films. One didn't get released, but I know that the music was used in Zabriskie Point as well in the 60s. 60s, late 60s.
Yeah, it was 71 it came out, I think. 71.
71.
But it was probably recorded in the 60s, yeah.
Can you remember what the film was that they did? And the soundtrack wasn't, the film wasn't used on the soundtrack, but they used because Antonioni used echoes, right?
I think so.
In one of the films.
Well, Echoes came out when, like, 70... No, it wasn't 70. Jeez, I can't think now.
I don't know. I really don't know. It's all kind of jumbled up in my head, but
yeah, just a bit for me too.
There was one. What the hell was it? It was like a proper. They wrote a whole score that got released just by itself because it didn't get used for the film. It's online. You can. I think. In fact, I don't think I own it. I think I listened to it online. But it was, pardon me. Rick Wright stuff on the piano was used mostly because he's so great. I mean, together they're just perfect. I mean, Wright's rhythm's just perfect. And he just, I've always loved that about Wright. It's just, his piano's perfect. His organ's perfect. It's not like showy or standoffy. Or standouty. It's just perfect to back the tunes.
It's restrained, yes.
I mean, that's what I was meaning before when we're talking about that Solitude as well. That I love Roger Waters. I do love him. I love him as much as I love Floyd. But without Floyd, the Wall doesn't sound the same. I'm gonna have to stop myself from watching all the time. I'm gonna be. It was like you last night with Dario Argento.
Yes,
I just keep, because it's so good. I just keep watching the movie.
That's all right. You can watch and talk.
And Daddy loves you too.
He does bring a lot of emotion to his voice too, doesn't he? Waters, like in this.
He's got a fantastic voice. I love his voice, especially on Radio Chaos. His voice is brilliant on Radio Chaos. But he's just always had a massive ego, and I think obviously, he's trying to do what's right with all the talk about Palestine and all that. And did you watch him when he was on Piers Morgan? And he came across as a bit of a mad person, like he was talking.
I don't like Piers Morgan, so I avoid anything he does.
He was talking to himself and stuff, and it was just. I mean, I understand him because I've listened to his music my whole life, so I know. You know, I mean, it's Roger Waters, for goodness sake, and they would treat him like he was nobody.
Solitude says it's terrible what they did to Wright. At a certain point, he was just paid a salary.
I know, right? That's what I'm talking about. Solitude, the egos,
yeah,
Gilmour, and I mean, it was like McCartney and Lennon, weren't it? They were trying to take all the rights away, and Waters was saying he was writing everything, and Gilmour was saying, "Well, of course you're not. Of course you're not writing everything. No, it's Pink Floyd. It's not Roger Waters." And you can feel it. As much as I love Radio Chaos, it's different to Floyd. In Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking's different to Floyd, even though he's got Eric Clapton playing lead guitar for him on Pros and Cons.
Hey, Adam. I hope you're well too.
Hey, Adam, you all right? Sorry, we're just flipping our head banging into a bit of Floyd there because we've got the Wall on in the background.
Do you want a timestamp, Adam?
I mean, that's far out, like experimental stuff, right?
Oh, very much so, yes.
I mean, it looks fantastic.
It's haunting.
I love the faces he pulls as well. Gilmour, when he plays, he's a proper face puller, isn't he? He like talks to his guitar when he's playing. He does all that. In fact, he does it, doesn't he? In Wish You Were Here, he sings. He sings the guitar part. Ding, 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 ding.
No.
I wonder if it's because Parker's British that it works so well with him, because he's from the same generation as well, right?
He is, yeah. He's gone past the ocean.
God, it's beautiful, isn't it? It
Yes.
really is. It's beautiful.
I don't think you'd get away with that and do nothing mask here.
No. I mean, we're talking about it. I mean, that obviously is Roger Waters' life we're watching. You
Yeah,
know, I
yeah,
mean, it is. But that's the Floyd singing it. You know, and it wouldn't be that without them. 100%.
well, it's Waters' life with help from Floyd.
Well, you know, that's why they called it a band, right? I never
Yeah.
understood that. It was, I mean, I'm a huge Doors fan. I probably spoke about it before. The Doors had inspired, whether inspired is totally up, but you know, they did inspired my whole life. I changed things when I heard the Doors and Lou Reed and all that. And their bands, those people. I mean, Jim Morrison, the first couple of albums, they're all credited to the Doors, and they only changed the writing because Jim Morrison was embarrassed about how wasted he was. And he
Oh,
said,
right.
"Look, I'm not writing these songs anymore. You're writing them, Robbie. We should start and give each other individual credit." And so you start to see the band separate. That happened with a
Mm.
Clash too, you know, when Joe Strummer started saying he was writing all the stuff, and you know, and I mean, it must be hard. I mean, you get, you know, brothers like Liam and Noel Gallagher fighting all the time.
Oh, yeah. Jesus,
I
I
mean, what
imagine that.
Fleetwood Mac, they married each other's girlfriends and stuff, didn't they? And you know, it must be, especially when you're like artistic people, like these people are, you know, like incredibly creative, and your mind's going 50 miles an hour every second. You know, it must be difficult, but you think to put the petty differences aside.
I think that's, again, using the example of REM, I think that's why they last as long as they did, because they each got a songwriting credit.
Aye.
You know, they didn't want, individual egos. Like, they all contributed lyrically and musically, and, you know.
Yeah. Sorry to hear you've got a stinking cold there, Adam. I hope you're in bed. To quote one of my favorite films, Rope Alfred Hitchcock, I hope you're staying at home in bed with plenty of fruit juice. I used to have
Any
a.
kind of fruit juice.
I just love that. I always say to people when they say, because Rope's one of my favorite. It's my favorite Hitchcock film, but I love it when the maid says, "Well, I hope you're staying at home in bed with lots of fruit juice." Hope you feel better soon, though.
Yeah. Half their life they want fame and money. When they finally have it, they hate it. Well, that's very true in a lot of bands, yeah.
Well, Floyd wrote an album about it, didn't they? I mean, money's about the fact that they had money now. It's weird.
It's the gas. Four-star daydream. Football team.
It's amazing that bass line. Dum dubba dum bum 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 dubba bum bum bum. But I mean, exactly without the Gilmore, with Gilmore backing him right and Mason, it's now. I mean, Mason on that album, man, when they do time, and he does the toms, do doom
Yeah.
doom, it's like one of the best drum kicks in ever. You know, they're just a perfect band. And it's so
Perfect album, full stop. Like,
well, I mean, I love them all. I think metal's great. I flipping love, you know, all sorts of Full of Secrets. And what's the Piper at the Gates of Dawn? The first one, We're Pirate. I love all their albums. I really do. I think they're great. I think I've probably listened to Dark Side of the Moon the most.
I think my favorite would be "Wish You Were Here"
I Wish You Were Here is great. I Have a Cigar. It's flipping class, isn't it?
or "Animals"
Aye, Animals.
or
Aye,
"Dark Side."
Animals. Aye, Animals is great.
But as you said, they had to kind of mature.
Yep.
After losing Barrett.
This is an incredibly beautiful moment of cinema. This with the music. I think I might tear up here. It's flipping. I'm getting goosebumps. It's just so powerful. I'm goosebumps everywhere. Just to see the kid opening it, and
Yeah.
And he signed with his own rubber stamp, and you can hear the flipping hate in Roger Waters' voice. The Kings took me dad away from us because he sent him away. It's fucking incredible, man. I mean, it's a work of art, a true work of art.
Yeah, you gotta feel sorry for Pink though.
It's just so beautiful. It really is.
That's surreal too. You know, the different reflection, his dad's reflection in the mirror.
But those guys, man, I'm gonna cry. Sorry, everybody. I might have to turn away for a second. I mean, that's our history. I mean, I'm English. That's my heritage. That's people. I mean, I had a great grandfather in the war, Bull Rennie. I remember my grandfather showing me his medals and telling the stories about him fighting in France. And oh God, it's just incredible. I mean, I put this up there where Hope and Glory, the Bowman film as well. This is it. I'm going to be quiet and just listen to this for 2 seconds. It's perfect.
Well, look at that animation.
I know, it's perfect.
Great transition to. That's what I was kind of saying in the description earlier. That it is very much like it's not just like the live action storytelling; it's the animation as well.
It's
tells a different story, but it's the same story. It's his imagination. He wants to be free and.
I bought the remastered one, Solitude, the Pompeii. And when was it? In May, I think it came out in May, didn't it? This year.
Toilet.
It's incredible, the Life of Pompeii. I love to see Gilmour sitting with his he's got his shoes off, sitting with his feet in the sand, playing with all these pedals. It's incredible. Glad to see you at home, taking it easy, Adam. Sadly, no fruit juice. Love the albums you've listed as well. Division Bell, I know. Division Bell was that without Waters? Division Bell? That was or was that the last one that did together, Division Bell? That's the one with on an island, isn't it? Correct us if I'm wrong. I think that might be without Waters, right? Or the last one they did with him. I mean, it's just perfect, isn't it? I mean, I was that Dead Zone video I did that got flipped and taken down. I was talking about a creative meeting of minds in Stephen King and David Cronenberg, and the film would be different if there wasn't a middle ground and it wasn't a collaboration between the two. I mean, Parker with their music is just perfect. It's a perfect collaboration. Because there's other movies that Roger Waters did. I wish I could remember the name of the other one he did, because he did his own Wall as well. And I think it was 2008, didn't he? He did it when it was just him. Or was it 2018? It might have been. But it was just him doing the Wall. And he filmed bits in between it of him going to see his father's grave. Because I think it was in Italy where the monument is to his dad who died. And the rest of the soldiers, obviously, that died with him.
Anzio.
Aye.
Adam says, at home, taking it easy, but sadly no fruit juice. Haha. Love the albums you've listed, as well as the Division Bell. Amazing. Yep, Division Bell is another great album.
I was just saying, Carrie, is Division Bell without Waters?
Yes, I think so.
I wasn't sure whether it was the last one he did with them or
not. It doesn't sound familiar.
I think the last one he might have done, 1990, when the wall came down in Germany. Aye. I was watching a documentary about that Solitude recently. There was only one BBC camera crew there. So there was one camera there, and he happened to be just in the right place at the right time, because it all happened really fast, didn't it?
Yeah, Waters wasn't there, part of that.
He wasn't part of Division Bell.
Yeah, no, he wasn't.
But there was some really powerful footage, wasn't there, Solitude of that? No, but I was watching the show, and it was just the one. So it was the second album without Waters, right? Which one was the first one, Adam? What was the first one without him? So the last album he must have done must have been the one with Two Suns and a Sunset then, right?
Delicate Sound of Thunder.
Delicate Sound of Thunder, right. Sorry, I'm clicking my fingers there. You don't want to listen to my fingers clicking on the mic.
This couple of scenes, shall we say, it hits harder to me because the teacher, the guy playing the teacher, if you put glasses on him,
Yeah.
and keep the accent, it's my dad.
No way.
Exact likeness. Exact likeness. And almost the sound alike too. But my dad's accent was softer Scottish. Caviar. Daydream. Gonna buy myself a football team. And he does buy himself a football team. Pink Floyd United.
So what was the album then with Two Suns and a Sunset on? That must have been the last one he did with them, was it?
Two Sons, yeah, I think it was.
Two Suns was the final cut. So was that the last one he did with them was Final Cut?
Final cut. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He was producer on that as well as obviously other parts, the guitarist and stuff.
Because that's a really incredible song as well. Two Suns and a Sunset. I really like how it's cool in this. So the movie came out in 82.
Yeah.
I remember when I was doing my GCSEs at school, you had the English exam was you had to write an essay about the room that you were in.
Okay.
That was you just sat down. That was the question. Write an essay about the room you're in, and I picked that question. And I said we all walked into the room like the kids out of Alan Parker's The Wall, like faceless kids walking into a room doing something that we all really don't want to be doing, and we all walked in. And it was
well.
So I actually talked about The Wall in my GCSE.
Cool. All in all, you're just another brick in the wall. Wrong. Do it again. Definitely my dad there. He always said to me, wrong, you're wrong. Do it again.
He reminds me of teachers that I had, like, definitely.
Education. Apparently, when they recorded the album, the kids had no idea about the concept of the album.
Yeah.
For this part. And then when it got to number one on Talking Pops, like they got the obviously time off school and stuff.
Well, Waters did it a lot. I mean, at the end of I think it's at the end of Amused to Death, he recorded Millwall singing I think was You'll Never Walk Alone or whatever it was, the tune.
Oh, right.
Who was it? Whose tune was it? Was it Millwall who had You'll Never Walk Alone? Was it Liverpool? I can't remember.
Liverpool and Celtic, that's their song. So,
but he recorded. I think it was that.
Right.
And he recorded the football match in it, the football crowd for the album.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they were always far out. I mean, recording that. I was watching Alan Parsons on Rick Beato's YouTube channel, and he was talking about producing Dark Side of the Moon. And Parsons was saying that he did all the stuff with a ruler to make the change, like the dropping of the change and the till, to make the bum ba ba dum bum 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 ba dum and the change, all that. So he was measuring the tape out with a ruler, and they recorded all the change in that drop on themselves and the till. And he was talking about his process of actually cutting the tape to make the record. It was really cool interview with Parsons talking about that. I really respect Parsons' music as well. I think he's a great musician. It was like he was really young as well when he flipping produced The Wall, like really young. Or engineered The Wall, not The Wall, Dark Side of the Moon.
Yeah.
We do need education, solitude, but in the right ways. That's what we need. We don't need
we don't need thought control.
We don't need bad education, but we need to teach people to think for themselves.
Yes.
I always thought that was well, it is a big part of teaching. You need to teach the people to think for themselves. One of the classes I taught is about ethics. So I teach people about the personal ethics and where their line is with ethics. And I show them a film I made that I really don't like. See, I wish I'd never done this film. This is where I learned that my line was. So it's all about teaching people to think for themselves, Solitude, hopefully. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. That's what I was trying to do anyway.
You're kind of like John Keating in Dead Poet Society.
Oh, God. I wish. I'm probably more like his uglier, less important brother. Yeah.
Huh? Oh.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if he's got a brother. I was just making that up.
All right. I was wondering, like, never did introduce a brother.
This is probably, well, this is another one of my favorite songs.
Good idea, Pink. Yeah, take the phone off.
I was never that. I can't relate to it in the way I was never that close to my mother, but it's a really flipping beautiful song. This there's some footage of him sitting just playing it on the acoustic, and it's just him with the acoustic singing this, and it's really good. But I guess he only had his mother, right? Because his dad died in the war. So God, it's so senseless, man. And really, I mean, that's what I love about it. I mean, I understand that we'll have to fight for freedom sometimes because we'll get oppressors, you know, and but it's just, man, why?
Well, I always say World War One is a rich man's war. They sent poor men to fight a rich man's war. So, and World War Two was, well, saving freedoms and stuff.
And it's never the rich people, is it? It's always it's always the people from the really poor end of society who are fighting the wars first who are getting killed. It's the lower class or working class people that.
It's like in Elvis Costello's song Oliver's Army. You know, the boys from the Mersey, Thames, and the Tyne. You know,
But I mean, it's just, I mean, it's a really flipping tough thing to talk about, isn't it? Because I mean, I love Full Metal Jacket, and I remember listening to Kubrick talk about Full Metal Jacket, and he just said it's not an anti-war film. He says it's not. We need armies because there's people that armies will need to fight, and those people are fighting for us. They're fighting for our freedom.
Yeah.
But there's times when fighting's wrong.
Oh yeah.
You know, and he says I'm not condemning the military. We need a military, but this is not an anti-war film. This is an violence film. It's against the senselessness of it.
Well,
killing children.
What you call him? Jesus, the actor. I can't think of his name now.
I mean, it obviously changed Waters' life because he writes so much of his music about it. Do you mean one of the actors from Full Metal Jacket, Kerry?
Yeah, Modine, Matthew Modine.
Oh yeah, he's great, Modine. He was in Birdie by Alan Parker. It's a great film with him and Nick Cage.
You know, it was his choice to put the peace symbol on his helmet. So that was his views on war.
I really like Matthew Modine, like I really do. He's in 3 or 4 awesome films with Ferreira, but the main one being The Blackout. Abel Ferreira's The Blackout with him and Dennis Hopper. So incredible, his performance in that. I really love Vision Quest because I'm a big Tangerine Dream fan. They did the music, but I love Vision Quest. It's one of my favorite like coming of age films. He's Modine's really good. Like he's really excellent in Birdie as well. I mean, perfect in it. And I'm so as much as I would have been interested in seeing it, I'm glad that Anthony Michael Hall didn't get the part of Joker because I think Modine's perfect.
Yeah.
Tom Stoppard's just died.
Jesus. That's not good.
Fantastic writer.
2 legends in a week.
No. Well, this one's for Tom Stoppard. Cheers. Is there anybody in there? I'm the girl from the registry office.
No. I'm writing a song called Rat Trap here. That is so creepy though when you like he wants his mother's approval because
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's something I find it really powerful, but I can't relate to it because I'm really lucky in the way that, you know. Me and my dad don't see eye to eye on everything, but we got along really well, you know. I mean, I was really lucky, like.
Well, that's the thing with me as well. My mum and dad, my dad more so, he was strict, and
Yeah.
not in the classic sense, but he was, it was his way or no way,
Yeah.
and we fought like cats and dogs. But then until maybe a couple years before he passed on,
Yeah.
we had a lot of common ground. It's mad, like. And my mom was so lax with everything, but she kind of was smothering as well.
Yeah.
You had to be in them for a certain time and all this. This is when I was in my late teens. And then when I was hanging out with a friend called Rory, she kind of trusted him. So if I was out with him,
Yeah.
I'd be okay. But, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead. Good movie. Never seen it. I hadn't even heard of it.
It's excellent. It's about two characters in Shakespeare, right?
Okay.
They're the two characters in Shakespeare, and the film's about them to find out that they're dead.
Oh,
It's
okay.
it's a pretty good. Was that the Tim Roth one, Solitude? Was it Tim Roth and Gary Oldman, or am I can't remember. It's two British actors, right? I'm sure it's Tim Roth and Gary Oldman. I might be thinking about another film, but I remember it's about the two Shakespeare characters who I kind of remember what play they're from. I think they're from Hamlet, right? It's been so long since I've read any Shakespeare.
Othello. Shakespeare.
Great. I'm a big fan of Macbeth, like really big. I think it's a perfect. I love The Tempest as well. I think The Tempest is great. In fact, I made a short film of The Tempest where I'm in it. It's on my P wall on the Boneyard Cinema. If you pay 99 pence, you can see it. You actually hear me reciting.
I actually did an audition for professional production of The Tempest.
Yeah,
in Belfast about 10 years ago. 11 years ago now. I would mean it toured the whole UK and Ireland.
What were the plays you auditioned with? Can you remember?
Oh, it was just The Tempest.
Oldman and Roth, written and directed by Stoppard. Yep.
I can't remember now.
The characters from Hamlet.
It wasn't obviously the RSC or nothing, but it was like going to be shown in the Grand Opera House in Belfast. So.
Oh, cool.
But I didn't get the part. So.
It is. It's a good movie, though. Solitude, from what I remember. It's been a while since I've seen it, but it must have stuck out in my brain because I remembered it was Tim Roth and Gary Oldman, and it was good. I think they're in modern times, though, if I remember the two characters. It's been years since I've seen it, but...
So it's kind of like...
It's like, the Jade Scorpion... not the Jade Scorpion. The Purple Rose of Cairo, like when the characters come alive. I think that's what it was like.
All right, I was going to say it was kind of like Baz Luhrmann's Romeo and Juliet, like modern setting.
I think it was. Let me check. It's been so long, Solitude, since I've seen it.
Symbolism.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
And that's where they get the secondary school's biology.
But I definitely recommend it. I was just looking up online there. It is good. I was much more of a Tim Roth fan than I was a Gary Oldman fan. I do love Gary Oldman. He directed a movie. I think it was it Nail by Mouth? With oh man, what's her name? From This Year's Love. The actress from This Year's Love. When what's her name? I think that was the best thing he ever did, was that Gary Oldman directed Nail by Mouth in 97 with Kathy Burke. That's what I was thinking of. I really liked that. I thought it's a really dark film, but it was really good.
Was she in Harry Enfield? Was that Kathy?
Yeah, that's her. Yeah, that was she was Kevin and Perry. She was Perry.
Oh, Perry, yeah.
Yeah, Slow Horses was good. He is good. So don't get us wrong, I do like him, but I prefer Tim Roth over him. I think Tim Roth can do a lot more, I think, than Oldman can, like in terms of character. But I mean, I really like Oldman's Dracula. I don't think even he likes it. I think he thought he went over the top, but I really like Oldman as Dracula. And he's in a great noir, Romeo Was Bleeding. I really like that one as well.
Yeah, that's a good show. I've seen that. With Jet Li.
I know this is before. I do know the one you mean, though. The one with Jet Li and DMX, right?
Yeah, that was after.
Was it DMX, the rapper who was the lead guy in that?
Yeah, that's
right. But Oldman did a film with the same name with him and Lena Olin and Roy Scheider. What's really good? It's like a film noir. It's really cool. But I do know the one you mean, the one with DMX and Jet Li. I really enjoyed that. There's a great stunt that Jet Li does in that. I remember seeing that in the cinema where he jumps down. Everyone.
Luc Besson.
It was so cool that he cracked his neck as well when he took his medication. Well, not medication. He was high as a kite, wasn't he? But when he looked up and cracked his neck and did that shiver, it was really cool. This is for Matilda. I'll never forget that ending. This is a really visual part of the movie. I love this with all the girls getting in the back door. The groupies, here they are. It's great. The visual's great with the light behind them. And this is Jenny Wright from Near Dark and the Lawnmower Man, which we did a watch along of not too long ago.
Yes,
that's her on the left there in the pink trousers. Bob Hoskins, man, amazing. I really like in Leon the who was the flipping woman?
Sorry, who was?
The girl, sorry. Who's the girl? It's
Natalie Portman.
Natalie Portman. She was great for a kid. I mean, a performance. I watched it, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago, I think, last time I watched it, but she's so great in that. The performance is really great. I love that bit when they're doing the dress up and she's pretending to be, I think it's Marilyn Monroe. And he comes around the corner with the oven mitt on and he's doing the pig and he walks like John Wayne. He comes in trying to do John Wayne. It's such a good movie. It's almost silent in those moments. It's like silent cinema. So did he say, Luc Besson, that Leon was the same character that was in Nikita?
I think so.
Because Jean Reno pops up at the end of Nikita. He pulls up in the car and he's the cleaner, the part that Harvey Keitel played in the American remake.
Yeah.
And he pops up and he ends up smashing the car through the wall. And that at the end of Nikita.
I think he's connected, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Bob Hoskins swigging from the flipping champagne bottle.
Product placement.
Aye.
Budweiser. Should have warned people. Check the credentials. Check your photographic ID. You are 18.
I'll tell you what Oldman was good in Solitude as well. That I just thought of it. State of Grace. Remember State of Grace with Sean Penn? When he's it's a bit like The Departed, before The Departed, like years before The Departed. Yeah. Actually, The Departed's a remake, isn't it? So what am I talking
It
about?
is, yeah. Coming in front of affairs.
But there's a film called State of Grace, and Oldman plays this Boston really low-level criminal, and Sean Penn's like his best mate. He was really good in that as well. He keeps a pair of hands in the freezer to put dead guys' handprints on the guns at crime scenes. He's a really unusual character in that. But I mean, Geldof's good in this. His acting's really good. I wonder what the thinking was. He just must have been really big at the Boomtown Rats at the time.
Mm.
Because I can't imagine anybody else playing this part. I really can't.
82, 80.
There's a Hitchcock 6 Degrees of Separation there. Richard Todd on the TV.
Damn busters. Boing, boing, boing. Come on, it's not right to disturb Geldof when he's in trance like that.
God, the music's so good. I know I keep seeing it, and I shouldn't keep seeing it because we're watching a musical, but it's just incredible. I mean, that Rick Wright chord there in the background that's just hanging there. It's Geldof was good, but he doesn't like Mondays.
No, he likes Tuesdays though. I think he likes Fridays. Not so sure about Saturdays. But
can you remember that song he did? It might have been the same song I was thinking of earlier. The Ladybird, 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 fly away home. Your house is caught on fire, and your children, they are gone, and your children, they are gone. I remember that song being in the charts. I think, in fact, I bought the single. I can't remember what it was called. It was probably called Ladybird. There's so much emotion in Roger Waters' voice, though.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, yeah.
I mean, we've talked about this before, haven't we, with directors and things that are sometimes off the scales a bit, and it's just like, for all that he's temperamental and he loses his temper a lot, and he's really outspoken in that. I mean, is that not what we need artists to be?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, he's been bearing his soul since forever in his music. I mean, it's all really personal stuff. And it's not like personal, like, I mean, to bear some kind of comparison, John Lennon did Mother, Mother, was it You Had Me, But I Never Had You, and all that?
Yeah.
And I don't relate to that at all, that song. But I relate to his stuff, Roger Waters stuff, a lot more. He's like, he just really gets us. He's.
Do you like Lennon though?
I do. I do like John Lennon. I like Beatle-wise. I like probably George Harrison the best.
Yeah, same.
I like All Things Must Pass. I listen to that album quite a lot. It's a really great album. I actually like Ringo. Ringo did a great single. It Don't Come Easy.
Written by George.
I know. Well, he does the great guitar down on it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
That's a great single.
See, for me, it'd be George, John, Ringo, Paul, in that order.
I like John Lennon's solo stuff better than I like Wings. I do like.
Oh yeah.
I do like certain tracks of Wings. Like I really like Jet, obviously, because it's a really brilliant song. I thought Ram was pretty good. That's a pretty good album with the kind of reggae stuff on and all that. I like that, but I mean, in terms of songs I can name a lot more. I mean, I can name Band on the Run, like the famous singles, but I know a lot more.
Live and Let Die.
Aye, Live and Let Die. But I know a lot more Lennon songs than I do McCartney songs. I mean, you can name like Imagine, you know, you've got Shaved Fish, you've got Flippin' Woman, you know, I mean,
Real Love.
So many. You can name so many. I mean, he did Working Class Hero.
Give Me Some Truth.
So many great songs. And I can't do that with Paul McCartney.
No, I see. I love John Lennon's solo stuff as well. I like George's solo stuff. There's a guy, well, not a guy, a young guy on YouTube there a couple of weeks ago. He was rating the worst albums by, you know, the Beatles when they did the solo stuff. Now he's only maybe about 10 years old, like, and he rated Brainwashed by George the worst.
Did he?
Yeah. And then somebody in the comments said it'll hit home when he's older.
It does. George Harrison's. I mean, George Harrison was the biggest playboy out of all the Beatles.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy when you think he was the youngest one, yet he had the craziest life. Everybody thinks he was a quiet, meditative guy because he was into his chakra and all that. But he was a nutter.
Yes.
I mean, I'll never forget it. There's an interview with his wife.
Which one?
So the one the one he's with, the one he was with.
Olivia.
The longest. So the one who was there when he died. And I mean, she was with him for how long? 30 years? 40 years?
76, 77. So 34 years.
34 years.
24 years.
And someone said to her, what was your secret? You know, how did you keep your marriage together with George messing around all the time? And she went, I just didn't leave. She went, that's the secret to why our marriage didn't break up. I didn't leave him. I know that he was going around, you know, partying all the time with other women and doing all this stuff, but
yeah,
I loved him, so I stayed. And it's like, I mean, I don't think I could. I think infidelity is probably the worst thing you can ever do to anybody. I really believe that. But it's the truth in a way. And I mean, it's like talking about mad geniuses. He's kind of a mad genius. I mean, even My Sweet Lord, and you know, I mean, that's so simple, deceptively simple.
Yeah.
But yet, when you start to unpack them and try to play them and put them together, they're really difficult songs.
Well, to be, you know, I think like Crackerbox Palace is very deceptively difficult. I mean,
when I started playing the guitar, I was trying to learn Harrison stuff, and he just sneaks a couple of jazz chords in that every now and again that are like crazy to get.
This song. That's right. Solitude. Yeah, he produced Life of Brian. Yeah.
Yeah, he did Mona Lisa as well. He did. I think Hemdale Films was his company, right?
Handmade Films.
Handmade Films. Yeah. Handmade Films. Hemdale did Terminator, didn't it? Handmade Films. Handmade Films. Aye.
But he also put the Time Bandits as well.
Oh, Time Bandits is awesome. I'll never forget when I was in college. This might be up online, actually.
Oh.
Somewhere. I don't know if it is for sure, but we did a short film. It's really bad. We're just learning how to use cameras and stuff. It was like literally us in a studio with a chair and we kind of ripped off this, like Pink in his room. So it was called The Death it was called The Death of the Rock Star's name, but I can't remember.
The Death of Rock and Roll.
but we totally ripped it off, and we just made the studio look like it, and we put like coins and guitar picks on the table, and we tried to do the whole thing with a cigarette between the fingers and everything, because we thought we can do that in one room. We'll try and do it. So it inspired us in that way. I mean, that was back in college. We even tried to make the guy look like him.
Symbolism.
Oh,
once again. Here we go. Entering dream state in 3, 2, 1.
I mean, I guess we all do, right? We all put walls up to a certain extent.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you try to keep people at arm's length sometimes, don't you?
This, saying earlier, I don't know if it was off stream or on stream, but they did Hey You. They didn't use that song in this year. But this is where Hey You would have came in.
Oh, yeah. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. Oh, sorry, wrong singer.
I mean, that is really distinctively British.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an image I remember. I mean, I played rugby at school. You had to, you know, it was like we all had to play rugby.
Well, you
And
see, it'd be different for me. Because that looks like a Gaelic field.
Oh,
Gaelic football field, so because they're similar goalposts.
yeah.
So, well, Gaelic football and hurling.
But just being up at the crack of dawn, you know, freezing our flipping.
Oh Jesus, I can't imagine that.
Freezing our behinds off there, you know, trying to, and the ground in the winter was solid, and when you'd hit the ground, it was like hitting concrete because it was frozen.
Yeah, I've done that. Like, all right, that's for sure.
Right. But it's a memory. It's like in my brain seeing the rugby fields like that. You know, the crossbars and.
What position did you play?
I think I was left wing when we used to play because I was little and fast. So they used to try and get the ball to me and let us run down the field. It was Jason. Flipping hell, what was his second name? I can't remember now. But he would block for us. Flipping. I always prefer basketball. I actually like playing basketball. We had an all-weather pitch, so we played football more than rugby.
Very good. Yeah.
But we had to play rugby. I mean, it was once a week. It was PE. You had to go physical education. You had to go and play. And we had a rugby team. We would play St. Roberts. That was the other team, the other school. I always thought this riff sounded like James Bond.
It does actually, doesn't it? Like we had a Gaelic football team and a hurling team in the school. We did play basketball, but only in break times and lunch times. And then one of the lads a year above me or 2 years above me, he asked me to try out for the rugby team, the senior team. You know, this is when I was about 15, like.
Oh,
and I said, no, Jesus, no. Then we had a in-school basketball league, and I got MVP over for the whole tournament. And teacher who would have coached us basketball, he said to me, "Oh, you should try out for the town team because you're good enough." So I did on his blessing. And then every year, you know, for the last 3 years, we had a students versus teachers basketball match, and my job was to mark him, and he whipped my ass.
It was difficult. Like, I mean, when you got taken down, it hurt, didn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it was. It did in basketball. I mean, yeah. I remember someone tripped me once, and I got knocked out because we're in the defensive positions around the net, and I was running to stop it, and somebody tripped us, and I headbutted the wall and got knocked out. I mean, it was a brick wall, like in a gym, you know. It was. I got hurt playing rugby. We got hurt a lot as well. You were always covered in bruises and that. I mean, that's what I think of when I think of school. I think of flipping pink skin and shorts that are too tight and you're freezing outside and freaking, you know. It was horrible. I used to hate PE. I did like I said, I did like basketball. I did used to enjoy playing rugby, to be fair. I did enjoy it. Football was just great. It was like always a good laugh. There was a hockey. We had all-weather pitch, so they played hockey as well on the all-weather pitch. I never got into hockey, but it was it was a sports academy that turned the school into a sports academy while I was there. There was loads of money from, it must have been Labour at the time. This will have been after John Mayer and that, so a little bit later, early 90s, maybe mid 90s. So maybe
Labour came in 97, so
maybe it's even Tony Blair. And it was it got changed into a sports academy. But it was still really big on sports. I was always interested in drama. I was terrible at it, but I was always interested in it. Because back then I was watching Charles Bronson movies and Steve McQueen and Paul Newman and all them kind of guys, and getting really into Hitchcock and all that, and Sam Peckinpah, and I was really interested in acting. but there was no guys. It was all girls in the kind of drama thing. So
right.
I mean, I went because I've never been, I've never been one to go with the flipping norm. Everyone's like, "What you doing that for?" There's no guys there. I was like, exactly. But it was, I mean, I really enjoyed it, but I was never a good actor. I wasn't. I did try though, and it taught us a lot. I mean, it was the first time I was in a sound booth and stuff, and I had a little lighting setup and a little sound booth and all that. And I remember learning that. There was a drama teacher called Mr. Storr, and he was. I didn't take drama, but this was after school. I was doing this after school. And he was good. I mean, I remember he liked John Carpenter. He asked us what kind of films I liked. And I was like, I liked The Fog at the time. And he was like, oh, I like The Fog. And I do remember the drama teacher pretty well.
I did.
But I was the only guy doing it. The only one. It was all flipping girls.
Yeah, we did drama as well. Our first. Well, I don't know what happened to the teacher, but he was only a substitute teacher. But we did what we call a Christmas concert, basically. You know, like a variety show at the local community hall. And he wrote a script. I forget what it was called, but it was, you know. And then second year.
Didn't they seem like nicer people, the kind of creative teachers?
Yeah, most of them.
Oh, yeah.
Most of them.
Just see your lines.
Yeah. No improv.
Right.
But no, like I know when I did the mummers, I loved doing that. And then there was a teacher, our maths teacher for our Leaving Cert years. She was big into drama. She did, you know, extracurricular herself, you know, professionally.
It was, I mean, it was something I was a little bit embarrassed about. It was.
All right. No, I loved it. I didn't care.
I mean, it was like, because I was the only guy doing it. And it was, but I wanted to learn. I did. I was interested in it. And I mean, I didn't even tell my mum and dad. And I remember we did a show, like there was a local shopping center. And it was like one of the first big indoor ones back home. You know, where there was like a couple of shops, not a huge mall or anything, but like a little shopping center. And the school kind of took us out to do it, and we did like a little show, but it was dance and that. And I mean, I'm fat now, but I was even bigger then when I was a kid. So, but I was interested in it, and I wanted to do it anyway. And it was like one of my aunties walked past in the shopping center and saw us doing it and told my mum and dad about it, because I hadn't even told my mum and dad I was doing it. And it was like, my dad was like, "Have you been dancing at the flipping local center?" And I was like, "No." And he was like, "Auntie Iris saw you there?" And I was like, but it was, but I enjoyed it. Like I did.
For me, it was escapism.
Me too. It was
like we were going to do a play called The End of the Beginning, and it was a 3-part play, and as in three characters, I should say, play. And we tried to convince 2 lads to join, two other lads, and it was like, no, they don't want to do it.
They never did. The lads never wanted to do it.
I don't know. I don't get why. You know, for me, it would have been, you know, okay, it would have been done on stage, you know, and like a school drama festival, so you get time off other lessons.
Oh, well, that's why I liked it as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I did everything to get out of school when I was at school. I mean, I'm tiny. I've probably said before in the stream, I'm 5 foot nothing. I'm really short. So it was crap, because even though I love basketball, I just stopped growing and everybody else kept growing. So the kind of the still letters come along, but they used to get us out of lessons. And I loved that about it. I mean, the basketball practice would, and the drama practice always got you out of lessons. I mean, like in the middle of maths, they'd be like, "Oh, we've just come to get John. He's got drama practice," and everybody'd snigger a bit. And I don't, you know, John's staying freaking drama. But I'd be like, "I enjoy the rest of your maths lesson."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm going to do something I'm interested in. Bye. But I was always an outsider. I always was a little bit. And I was lucky. I think I spoke about this before. I had a cousin in school who looked after us. He's a really hard guy. And still is really, he's super fit still. Like keeps himself in really good shape and that. But at school, he was tough. And I didn't know for years, but I was getting bullied, and he actually stopped the bully from bullying us.
Oh,
and
cool.
I didn't even find out until years later. Me and him were having a pint. And we were talking about school, and I said, "Oh, I used to get bullied by this lad, blah, blah, blah." And he went, I know, I sorted him out for you. That's why he stopped bullying you. I was like, he didn't even tell us at the time.
That's mad because, like, I was myself and this guy from a year above me, and we fought like cats and dogs.
Oh.
And in the second year, my first year and in his second year, we made a truce to be, just stop the fighting and become friends, which we did, and we still are to an extent because I don't see him. He's moved away down to Westmeath, but he saw me one night in Sligo, and I just maybe a few months like, and I was afraid he'd see me and say something, and we walked past him and I just didn't say it. I just blanked him, and then a couple of weeks later he sends me a text message and says, "Was that you?" And that night, and I said, "Yeah, it was." And says, "Oh, you look good. You look good."
That's nice.
Yeah. So but no, he nice guy. Like, I don't know why we were fighting. We just but
I have no idea. School was horrible. I was always fighting. Always. Whether it was for me or whether it was sticking up for one of my mates. I never liked school, Gary. I never did.
well, I didn't really either, to be honest with you.
Right. I mean, I was interested. I read a lot, and there was a great library. Our school had a really great library. I read Philip K. Dick there for the first time. I read Invasion of the Body Snatchers there for the first time. There had loads of sci-fi. I read what else did I read there? I read loads. I read Moby Dick in the library for the first time. Lord of the Rings for the first time in the school library. It was a really good library.
And we didn't have one of those.
I used to go in early on and go to LA learning abilities in the library in the morning, like a couple of hours earlier, and sit and read the books. It was flipping great. I really did like that about it. But I was always trying to escape into different things. I was always interested in creating. I remember taking art, and I was no good at art. I'm still not. I like to create, but I'm not good at it. But I still draw and paint and stuff all the time. And the teacher said that to us. She was like, "You're not good at it, John, but there's no reason to. You're still an artist. It's if that's what you want to do." And I was always into all that. I mean, science and maths and English and all that, obviously I love as well. I mean, maths has got a lot to do with music, and science has got a lot to do with education, especially. And I mean, if you understand how things work, science taught you a lot, and you break things down, understand how they work. That's kind of what science taught us in school. But I was always more interested in stuff like drama and that. I always was. I did like English. I did really like English.
Yeah.
I did. I loved English.
Fucking hell.
This is Gilmore's moment to shine.
Yeah. Is there anybody in there? It's not if you can hear me. Is there anyone home? Relax. This song just sends me into a trance.
That's great, like.
So if I fall asleep, just wake me up.
There's a great film by Michael Mann, Thief. Did you ever see Thief with James Caan? It's my favorite Michael Mann film. It's he did it just before, I think he did Manhunter, Thief.
Oh yeah.
And then The Keep. I think it was his third film.
Yeah,
he did a TV movie called Jericho Mile first, which was great, and I think it was in San Quentin prison. It's great. But he wanted to use this for the end of Thief, and they couldn't get the rights to it. So he got Craig Stefan, the composer, to compose a piece of music really similar to it, and it's really great. It's called Confrontation by Craig Stefan. If you ever give it a chance, it's great. It's like the guitar solo out of Comfortably Numb, but for 12 minutes. It's really good.
Now, mad theory about this. Did the rat make a mill? Or was it just he was sick in general?
I've never ever thought about that before.
Kid, I mean,
I've never thought about that before, but that makes the rat dies.
Yeah.
And so it makes total sense that it was the rat that made him sick.
The rat had rabies or something,
Right.
Because, it's once he's, takes his jumper off, and then puts it back on once the rat dies. He goes sick.
That's Hovis, the Hovis advert right there.
Yeah, that's
Like,
yeah, that's
it's almost exactly the same. The kid
Yeah.
running down the side of the river. I love the makeup on his wife, on his mother there.
Yeah.
It looks like that was a Freudian slip, wasn't it?
Yes.
the makeup on his wife there. Oh, I mean his mother. But it looks like Divine. You know, when Divine used to do the massive eyebrows.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. I wonder if there's any John Waters on YouTube. Well, that'd be a good follow up.
I do like John Waters. Like, I love Tracy Lords. I really love her and Cry Baby. Lust in the Dust as well. It's great.
Okay. It's a little pinprick.
It's scary, that isn't it? It's like almost horrific.
Yeah.
A little sick.
Yeah. It's working good.
It's been a long time since I've watched any John Waters. I love Pecker. Can you remember Pecker?
Yeah.
I loved Pecker with Edward Furlong. That was
Polyester's good too.
Polyester's great.
I put on Female Trouble for Lexi one time.
That's great. Female
and she was like, "What the hell is this?" And I said, "Well, it could be this or Pink Flamingos. Which would you prefer?"
Well, I think if I'd never seen it, Pink Flamingos. I mean, Pink Flamingos was the first one I saw.
Yeah,
and it's pretty mind blowing. I think you either like it or you don't you?
Yeah, well, there is certain scenes, shall we say. Serial Mom's really good too. It's underrated, I think.
A lot of his films are under the later ones. I love Cecil B. Demented. I think I was saying on the stream yesterday, I'm a big Melanie Griffiths fan.
Yeah, you did, yeah.
And she's great in that Cecil B. Demented. And her and Stephen Dorff just rock that movie. But there's no other director quite like John Waters.
No. Oh, bugger.
God, just hearing that bass line. And then the solo kicks in. It's beautiful.
Dun, dun.
I mean, this is what's missing when Waters does it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a perfect piece of music.
But that's what I was saying earlier as well. I think, like, Gilmore's, Waters' conscience, his rational side. In Pink, Pink's rational side. He wants to get better. He doesn't want, he wants to face people again. He doesn't want to be, he doesn't want to be behind the wall.
Scary, that makeup.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
I mean, that's proper horror film. It really is. I mean, that's like something you would see now in like Possessor, like, Brandon Cronenberg's film or.
Oh, that's a trippy film.
I quite like Brandon Cronenberg.
Yeah.
I was a bit disappointed with Infinity Pool, I have to say. I thought I didn't like the. Is it Stellan Skarsgård? Who's the son?
Yeah.
All right, there's two sons, right? That are big at the minute.
There's Stellan and what's the other one called?
The guy who played it.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name. But I didn't like him in Infinity Pool. He was the wrong pick for the lead. It just didn't work. Mia Goth was good, but because she was really spooky, but he just didn't work. For me,
okay, Stellan's the dad, Alexander, Gustav, Bill.
Well, they're a whole family, aren't they? They're like the Baldwins, loads of them.
Bill Skarsgård was it.
Bill.
Anyways. And Alexander was in The Stand.
Ah, right. That's the guy in Infinity Pool. That's the one, Alexander.
Yeah.
I mean, it's worth a watch, but I just thought he was a wrong. He didn't sell it at all. He did. His heart didn't seem like it was in it. And that he was a terrible Randall Flagg, man. That dance he did was just a wrong thing. That was I can imagine Randall Flagg dancing, but that's not how Randall Flagg would dance.
No, he'd be kind of.
It's just not.
Solitude says, if you go, John Waters, if you go home with someone and they don't have books, don't. Yeah, well, that's a good philosophy. Or in our case, movies. DVDs. And books too, somewhere. I think this is why Minty didn't want to join us tonight. This bit
because we're watching the film all the time instead of talking. I was proper. But that's the thing, right? This is the thing. When everybody was giving Roger Waters a hard time, I don't want to say anything that's going to get the stream flagged, but for the remarks he was making against a certain people,
yeah,
this is what he was doing. He's playing a character in the performance. The character is, I don't know how to describe it. It's like he's telling us what to be wary of. He's saying, watch out for people like this, you know? And they just didn't understand it. And just because you don't understand the artwork doesn't mean you have to condemn the artist, and they were really condemning him for it. And it was like when everyone was giving him a hard time for that, it was like, have you even seen The Wall? Watch it, you'll understand what he's doing. It's a performance. That's not Roger Waters. He's performing a character on stage.
Yes.
Because he puts the jacket on now and he comes out with a machine gun now and does the whole thing, shooting into the crowd and all that. He does all that still. Or at least he was a few years ago. And it was just like, just watch The Wall, man. You'll understand. He's telling us what to be wary of. He's telling us what not to follow. He's saying, think for yourself. Don't follow people like this.
So he's looking for something.
Oh, that's so great, that music. But at the same time, I mean, it's obviously, you know, I've worked many debates. I've taught debates. Everybody's got their own side of the coin. I mean, that's what I see it as. You know, there's other people who'll see it as other things. There really is. And I've got nothing against them if they do. But in my opinion, this is what he's doing. He's using art to express something that he feels. He's saying, be wary of this. Don't follow this. You're mindless if you follow this.
Yeah.
You know, this is a crowd full of mindless followers. And I mean, there's people who compare it to saying, were you trying to say that the people who come to rock concerts are mindless rock followers? And he was saying, no, he was saying they're following the character on stage, not the rock music. And what does it look like? It looks like a rally, right?
And it just happens to be red and black. Yeah, of course.
Excuse me for a second.
Yep, go ahead.
I love this song. I don't want to leave. That's great Gilmore, that, the rhythm.
The kids with the masks. Mm-hmm. I don't mean to be quiet, just like in the song tape. So
I mean, you can really see it, you know, the Alan Parker. You can really see it, like the Midnight Express in that. Like them running down the alley in that. Really long and, I mean, really wide lenses and. Do you think this is your favorite Alan Parker film, Kerry?
yes, definitely. Coming from the second best. Sorry, I'm just checking something here.
I really do love Angela's Ashes. Like, I don't know what my favorite one would be. Probably Angel Heart. I think I'd have to say Angel Heart's my favorite Alan Parker film.
That's fair enough.
Just because I'm such a huge Mickey Rourke fan. I mean, ever since I was knee high, I've thought Mickey Rourke was one of the coolest guys in the world.
Okay.
The animation is incredible, like the Gerald Scarfe one. So do you know where this was filmed? Was it just filmed in London?
I'd say it was. Let's see. IMDb, one fan, so that. Castillon. The Wall.
Barfly's brilliant Solitude, isn't it? I'm a really big Bukowski fan. He's got a little cameo in it. He pops up at the bar, Bukowski. But yeah, it's from what I read in Hollywood, Bukowski thought he overdid the performance a bit in Barfly, but I really like Mickey Rourke, and I think Barbara Schroeder's a great director. I love Reversal of Fortune he did as well with Jeremy Irons and Glenn Close about the Von Bülow murder with Ron Silver playing Alan Dershowitz. So unusual well, not unusual. So crazy. For years, I grew up thinking Alan Dershowitz was a bit of a hero because of that movie. It's turned out he's a bit of a hero for the rich, apparently, but not so much for everybody else. But yeah, Barfly's incredible, isn't it? I mean, it's just visually.
London, Quebec.
Filmed in Quebec?
Yeah.
No way.
Hertfordshire, Buckinghamshire, Yorkshire. Devon. And mostly London, but
I'm gonna have to. I was just looking at this, thinking how beautiful the cinematography is. I'm gonna have to really bite the flipping bullet and just start making some low budget stuff off my own back, and just put some of my own. I mean, I haven't got any money at the minute. Literally, I've got a couple of streams of income, but I mean, part-time teaching, you know, solo projects I'm doing that have been delayed at the minute.
Yeah.
And just trying to get into it, but I just really want to make some stuff that I want to make my own stuff. Just looking at how beautiful this is. It inspires you when you see things that inspired you. You know, like when you were young, this really inspired us when I was young.
Admittedly, I saw this one as 19, so
I was really young. I was really young when I saw this. Maybe it's in my very early teens. I mean, like maybe 12, 13.
I was aware of Pink Floyd's music, but
I was as well.
I'd never seen the film because
the copy of the Floyd I've got now, that's the CD I've got, Dark Side of the Moon, is actually my Auntie Linda's CD, who's no longer with us. I've still got it. And I loved it so much she gave it to us. Every time I went around her house, I would listen to it and put it on. This is when I was a kid, though, like 6, 7, 8. Listening to it, and eventually she just went, just take the CD, John. Just like you listen to it every time you come around here. But yeah, my Auntie Linda had great taste in music. She was into Free. She used to follow Free around up and down the country, and she was like, well, she was that age. She was the hippie generation. So she went to the Isle of Wight festival. She saw Jimi Hendrix and the Doors and all that. And
that would have been a fun couple of years.
Fascinated, man. Her and her friend Carol used to tell us stories when I was a kid, when I was learning to play the guitar. Like when they'd have family dues and stuff, I'd bring the guitar and I'd sit and sing because I was learning to play. And her and Carol would tell us stories about when they were young, like doing the hippie trail stuff and, you know, going to Miami and watching the bands in the 60s and stuff. Just incredible. I remember her telling us about the aeroplanes that they took, like in the olden days. She was like, "You think it's bad now?" Well, not olden days, you know, I'm talking about 60s. But she was like, it was like Rubber Band Airways, you know, compared to what it is now.
Yeah.
But she went all over the place to listen to. She was a proper music lover.
Cool.
So was her husband, my Uncle Rob. He got us into the Velvet Underground. And
my Uncle Tom was like that. Anything alternative to Irish music he was into. So.
But I never think, just going back to Mickey Rourke there, what we're talking about with Barfly. I mean, I know he did these big movies, you know, like 9.5 Weeks and stuff like, you know, I mean, Homeboy and the bigger films he did. I guess Angel Heart's one of the big films. You know, Body Heat, which kind of got him on the map, and Diner with Gutenberg and Daniel Stern and all that. He did do his big movies, but I still think he's underrated as an actor. I really do.
Do you like him in The Wrestler?
I love The Wrestler. It's a great film.
To be honest, that and Iron Man 2 is only two that I would really know him for. I wouldn't be as big fan.
There's a one, I don't know if you can see because it's blurry. I've just tipped the camera up there just behind us. That's Mickey Rourke in a film called FTW, directed by Michael Sorensen. Is it Michael Sorensen? I can't remember, but that might be the guy that directed Homeboy, actually. But he doesn't like it, but it's just an incredible performance. He wrote it. He actually wrote my two favorite films of his. He wrote Homeboy and FTW. No, Body Heat, but 9.5 Weeks. I really like 9.5 Weeks. I mean, that's Adrian Lynn, who we were talking about earlier on. Kind of one of those British guys, along with Parker and Ridley Scott, the same generation. It's a beautiful looking movie, 9.5 Weeks. I remember us kind of sniggering at it when we were kids because we were watching it because of the kind of erotic scenes in it, but it's a beautiful looking film. Very, very 80s soundtrack.
Babe!
God, if I was put on trial for my life, I'd throw away the flipping key.
So you won't turn down the wall then?
I do. I love his Lolita as well, Solitude. It's great, isn't it? With Jeremy Irons and Frank Langella plays Humbert, right? I'm trying to remember the actress's name who played Lolita. Melanie Griffiths is Lolita's mother. Sue Lyons was the original Lolita, right? It's man, I'll get it. I used to know all this. I actually bought it from Imprint. Imprint did a
Dominique Swain, was that her?
That's her, Dominique Swain. Yes, Dominique Swain. Jeremy Irons is just a masterful actor. I mean, even in Dungeons and Dragons or The Time Machine, those silly movies he did, he just he's so great in everything he does.
So the film he's out this year or this month it was out. I really want to see Palestine 36.
I've never even seen the trailer.
Oh, it's very timely, obviously, because of the war in Israel and stuff in Palestine. But it's about the formation of the Israeli state and how Palestinians were hard done by, basically.
Yeah.
But he plays a British general, I think, in it. I think it's only a small role, but the trailer makes him look really, like Really smarmy.
Oh, he can do anything, man. He really can. He can play bad. He can play good. He can. I remember him popping up in Die Hard with a Vengeance. I remember seeing that.
That's right, yeah.
Or Die Hard with.
Really good in that.
I always say Die Hard with a Vengeance, but it's Die Hard with Vengeance, isn't it?
I always thought it was with a Vengeance.
I got it. But he was so pantomime villain in that, and it cast him like perfect.
Yeah.
Because Alan Rickman's so pantomime villain in the first one.
Yeah, you believe they were brothers, Simon and Hans, yeah. Brothers, like.
But he'd be on my list if I had to give somebody on my death, dying day, and I had to give somebody a list of actors I admired. He'd be on the list. He would, and it's to do with later, the most Solitude. I really liked that film. It was when I really got into Lynn. Was around when he did Unfaithful with Richard Gere and Streets of Fire, Diane Lane. And I really started getting all of his stuff then. And obviously I'd known him because of like his other work.
And Butterfly, Dead Ringers.
Dead Ringers and all that. But in Lolita, he was so good. It was just so good. I mean, it was perfect casting. It's a beautiful looking movie as well, the remake of Lolita. I mean, I would say even more beautiful than Kubrick's film. Kubrick's film, he really nails the kind of hotel rooms and stuff in it and the interiors, but Lynn really, I mean, just the beginning when the car's winding down the road and it's all misty and Humbert's in the seat. It's just great. The wall's coming down. I'm not sure if I'd say Kubrick's was better than Lynn's or Lynn's is better than Kubrick's. I don't know if I could choose now. I do like
Kubrick, so
I mean, because James Mason's so great and so Shelley Winters, it's like. But Melanie Griffiths, and I mean, God, what a choice! You've got Melanie Griffiths. Oh man, that's such a hard choice. And what a way to end it, eh? Kids in the rubble of the war. I might have told this story before, but my Uncle Tom told us a great story about during the Second World War when he was about 12. And there was a German fighter plane shot down. And it landed right outside the house. And his mother was in the kitchen and it blew his mother out the back of the house.
Jesus.
It blew the back of the house up. She was fine. She lost a bit of hearing in one ear, but that was it. She was like, fine. And when he was a kid, he went out and the downed airplane, the German airplane, he got a piece of glass from it. And he molded it into a Maltese cross, like the German Maltese crosses. But he shaped the glass. And I remember him showing it to us when I was a kid and telling us that he made that like when he was my age out of a downed airplane. Screenplay by Roger Waters. There you go. I'm surprised it doesn't say produced by Roger Waters. Exclusive producer Roger Waters.
It did. See,
film and music, Dave Roger Waters. Music Roger Waters. Written by Roger. Oh, Dave Gilmour. There you go. So he did give him a couple of credits. Peter Bizu. I'll have to check out the other films. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, that was a good choice, Kerry. I really enjoyed that.
Same.
It brought back loads of memories. We're talking about school and everything. It brought back
loads of
memories. Yeah. Michael Kamen. Orchestras conducted and controlled by Michael Kamen. I've been listening to Michael Kamen quite a bit for the Dead Zone because I was watching the film. He did the Dead Zone soundtrack.
That's right. He did, yeah. Yeah.
That will be available tomorrow, hopefully, if I can get it edited in the morning, if I'm not too hungover. No.
So that was The Wall.
Pink Floyd's The Wall.
Yeah. Pink Floyd, The Wall. The Wall. Do you want to watch something again next, or would you want to?
It's up to you. So I'm willing to go for it, but it's whatever you want to do.
What do you think, Solitude, and our other viewer, whoever that may be? We got 2 of yours.
I was just looking through the lists. I mean, we could do something else music related.
Right.
God, it's such a flipping brilliant film, that, like, just listen to the music there with the trumpets and that going. It always does make it, you know, I had to look away there earlier on when I teed up, when he's King George and all that with his rubber stamp. It's such a powerful and beautiful film. It really is. Bob Ezrin, and a great producer. Just looking at all the names in the credits. Vera Lynn.
Yeah.
Good choice, that, though. I mean, obviously, I usually pick horror for Boneyard Cinema because that's kind of where I've orientated towards these days. But
yeah. Okay.
It's difficult. It's a difficult choice. It is. I mean, there's so much stuff we could watch on the Boneyard too. But you know, people are always saying, "Oh, you've got to pick a way to go," and figured, "Oh, well, I'll look more at the horror side of things." But I really enjoyed that. I mean, I really did.
I'm just looking here to see if there's any anything weird.
Are you looking for something weird?
Yeah.
Well, that was fantastic. That was really fantastic. It's made us want to watch another couple of Alan Parker films. I'll have to dig Mississippi Burning Out and Angel Heart and all that again.
Solitude has no idea. Okay.
Well, it was Alan Parker who did Fame as well, right? Or was that Adrian Lynn? Let me check.
Okay.
Fame, 1980. Yeah, that was Alan Parker. He did Fame, yeah.
I thought so. What, Irene Cara?
It's horrible, that flipping film, isn't it? There's some really harrowing moments in it, especially.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it like.
No. Evita, yes, he did. I forgot about that. Evita.
Right. Yeah, he did.
Well, funnily enough, Solitude, I don't know if you remember mentioning, but I'm writing some music for a play that's writing the musical parts for a play. I have to write an acoustic folky version of Don't Cry For Me Argentina for that play, because there's a bit where it's mentioned in the play and they sing some of the song. I have to try and figure out a way to write like an acoustic-y folky version of it. I really liked Evita. We mentioned Antonio Banderas last night as well, didn't we?
Yeah, just a good time.
That was always a good film. It's a good musical. He's been a bit of a music guy, Alan Parker. Fame, The Wall, Evita, The Commitments. He's a great director. Sorry, I was just spat all over my screen there. I was just wiping it off. But I wish we could watch another Alan Parker one, actually. I'd love to see Birdie again when we're talking about Matthew Modine, because Nicolas Cage is really great in Birdie as well. I mean, some directors, I mean, there must have been, obviously Tom Stoppard was around then as well. Speaking of this, who we mentioned earlier on, if he did Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead, he must have been part of that generation of directors, writers, producers who came up through the 50s and 60s through the art schools, like Lynn, Parker. I can't help it. It is a Commitment is excellent, isn't it? It's a great soundtrack. I still do quite a lot. If I do karaoke, I'll do Ride Sally Ride because of that, because of the Commitments. But yeah, I mean, I just find when I'm talking about Parker, I always have to bring those other guys up because they're kind of in the same crowd. It's like when you talk about Paul Schrader, who's one of my favorites. You always have to mention, De Palma and Coppola and Spielberg and Lucas, because they were all the same generation and they all knew each other. They were all at Zoetrope Studios writing films with each other. And I mean, I was watching Ridley Scott the other day. He did a great interview. It's recent. It was literally a couple of weeks back. I can't remember who it was with. It was probably one of the big magazines. It was like a career interview. Scott didn't direct his first film, The Duelists, until he was in his 40s, like 41, 42 years old. And he'd been doing adverts and all that before then. But he said it was because of Alan Parker and Adrian Lyne and all those guys that were his contemporaries. And he just kind of said, well, if they're doing it, why am I not doing it? And but he couldn't get a job because he was in advertising. So he paid for The Duelists himself. But it was competition. He said it was competition with these guys, Parker and Lyne, that made him want to do his own thing. Not Royd, Sally Royd.
Royd. I'm black and proud.
Royd.
Yes. Right. Okay. I found two weird things. Right. Now, it is on the musical theme. Cool. Okay. But it's not a film as such. It's a stage production. So we've got Xanadu, the original Broadway cast. Right. Or
that's an interesting one.
Little Shop of Horrors.
The Little Shop of Horrors all the way for me, like with those two.
So we'll put it to the vote in the chat then. So Little Shop of Horrors or Xanadu.
I agree, Solitude, about Scott. It's the Duelists, like early on, and films like Blade Runner and Alien, and then you get later films like Black Rain, White Squall, Someone to Watch Over Me. They're really brilliant movies. I mean, they're visually incredible films. Thelma and Louise.
1492.
And then when he started to churn them out, like Exodus, and I would argue The Kingdom of Heaven's a great film. I really do like that visually. Not so much Orlando Bloom's performance, but I really like that film a lot, Kingdom of Heaven. I think it's speaking of our friend Jeremy Irons, he pops up in that. But I think that was his last really great one. I really did like Kingdom of Heaven. I mean, Gladiator isn't one of my favorite films of his, not by a long shot. It will be pretty far down the list, but it's an incredible film to look at. He still has the director's eye, but like All the Money in the World, not a very good film. And the one he did with Lady Gaga and the Gucci, I was like, oh my God, I can't believe this is a guy I admired so much.
Solitude, it's not the Jack Nicholson version of Little Shop of Horrors. It's
so it's the Roger Corman original.
It's the stage version. So it's actors, amateur dramatic drama. Well, no, I don't know. It's Broadway, I think.
The director's cut is the way to go, though. Definitely, Kingdom of Heaven, the director's cut. I love it. I really love it. We spoke a couple of times about comfort movies. I find that movie really comforting. I'll watch it on a Sunday evening. It's and sit for a couple of hours and just. I really like Kingdom of Heaven. I do. I think that was his last great film. Like I say, not so much Orlando Bloom. I wish somebody else had been cast in the lead, but I'll forgive it just because of how beautiful the film is to look at. It's an incredible looking film.
Okay, Little Shop of Horrors is from the American Musical Theater of San Jose, and from 2008.
I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to see these.
Right.
Let's just go for it. Let's just watch the stage performance of the Little Shop of Horrors.
Oh, okay. I'll put it in the link in the chat, and I'll send you the link as well, John. So,
whoop whoop, the Little Shop of Horrors.
So, save playlist. So, AMTSJ, Little Shop of Horrors.
All right, this is going to be interesting. From the American Musical Theater of San Jose, 2008.
Yes.
This has turned out to be a pretty interesting stream, I've got to say. I wasn't expecting to be watching a live studio performance of Little Shop of Horrors.
Okay, so when you're ready, give us a thumbs up or whatever.
All right. Solitude Scene won't be steamed for very much longer. It's been a very long day for me.
No problem, Solitude. Yeah, that's okay. You do what you need to do. So when you're ready, just shout.
Yep, I've got it ready. It's all ready to go.
All right, well, okay, we'll start with it. And 5, 7, 12, 4, 8, 6, 0, go.
I do love the Little Shop of Horrors, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And the Jack Nicholson version is excellent.
It is, yes. Yeah, I agree.
But I love the one with Rick Moranis and Steve Martin as well.
Yes, yeah. And Meatloaf.
Bill Murray, Feed Me Seymour. It's friggin' great. But I've mentioned him a couple of times. I often mention Roger Corman in my videos on the channel because he's just incredible. He shot the whole film in 3 days.
Jesus, that's incredible. Like
he made Little Shop of Horrors in 3 days. And I mean, people don't give him enough credit for it. They really don't. The Little Shop of Horrors work.
yes.
I don't know if I told you for Halloween we went to see Rocky Horror Picture Show, and it was a sing-along version.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole crowd was singing along.
You must have read John's mind there, Solitude.
It is. Rocky Horror Show is amazing, Solitude, isn't it? It's one of my favorites.
You'll see him.
Musical-wise, I love the Bob Fosse ones, all that jazz, Cabaret, Shirley MacLaine, Sweet Charity. But Rocky Horror Show is just friggin' it's on another level, man. I mean, as a film, it's just on another level. All like the crazy handheldness of it and just running around, the energy of it's incredible.
Yeah.
Plus, I'm a big Bond fan, and you get Charles Gray doing "It's Just a Jump to the Left." But I grew up watching Richard O'Brien. Richard O'Brien's a really cool, interesting person. I mean, just to get the references. Leo G. Carroll and all that, and he's talking about flipping Fairy and all the movies. It's just so great.
Michael Rennie and
My Namesake?
No, you're John Rennie.
Yeah, I know, but
Michael Rennie, I said, not John Rennie.
And he's from he's from the Northeast as well. Michael Rennie. He is. Tim Curry's just incredible, isn't he? He was a great actor. I love him in Legend as well.
Yeah.
Playing the devil in Legend, he's really great.
Ridley Scott again?
Ridley Scott again, yes. I forgot about that. Legend. I really like Legend.
That's grown on me. Didn't like it initially, but I like it now.
It was always Labyrinth for me over Legend. Labyrinth has always been like one of my favorites because of Dave Bowie and all that. This is great. I'm enjoying the music, but the Legend's great. It is. It's Mia Sara. I was never quite sure of. She's not like the best actress in the world, and especially at that time when Tom Cruise was trying really hard. He was a really good actor. Like when I watch him earlier on in films like Cocktail and All the Right Moves and Risky Business, and then Legend.
That's right. So yeah, he was a butter and Clue. Yep.
Aye. I really love the rich woman in Clue. God, what's her name? She was in Cop with James Woods. She's such a. Let me grab it because I'm doing her a disservice for not remembering her name because she's so good in Clue. Leslie Ann Warren, she's great in Clue. And what do you call a comedian? Man.
Eric Idle.
No, there's so many. Colin Camp. Colin Camp.
Comedian.
She was in there's a movie I love with her and Frederick Forrest with Nicholas. It was Nicolas Cage's first starring role, Valley Girl. And I think it's Colin Camp who, let me check, I think it's Colin Camp who plays Frederick Forrest's wife. And they're so funny in that movie. That greaser boyfriend of yours.
This is I can tell this is a very professional production. It's really well, yeah. The non-verbal cues are amazing.
Yeah, that was her in Valley Girl. She was the mother in Valley Girl. Yeah, the clues about the board game. It was based on the board game. So it was like who did it? The butler did it in the pantry with the whatever. In fact, I remember the film poster had the little squares on, like the game when you flick the squares up. The film poster had the squares with all the different characters in it. But I, Tim Curry, Congo. I'm a massive fan of National Lampoon's movies. And he was really good in National Lampoon's Loaded Weapon with Emilio Estevez. And he has a great scene with Whoopi Goldberg where he's pretending to be a Girl Scout. Wilderness Girls. Can you remember that when he's trying to be? It's so great, so funny. And and especially with Christmas time coming up, he's in Home Alone 2, Lost in New York as the He's just great in every role he's ever done. I don't think he's done a bad one.
Is this filmed by a member of the audience? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
No, this looks professional, man. I mean, look at the zoom on the lens and stuff. And it sounds too good for it to be from a device in the crowd. Or at least it's one person with a camera, and a decent camera on a tripod by the looks of it. It's so weird. I never expected to be watching the flipping stage version of the... I dig the fashion though from the 50s, man. I've got 2 of those jackets, the Harrington jackets.
You still got 2?
I've still got 2. I've never worn a red one, but I've always loved them because of Nicholas Ray's film, and James Dean. Rebel Without a Cause. I've got a blue one and a beige one. They're not Harrington jackets, so the cheap versions of Harrington.
I had a grey one.
No.
It was my dad's, and then he gave it to me when so.
It was always the coolest fashion, man. John, you're supposed to be lecturing movie studies. Well, I did. Come on, I did realize it was on a tripod, and I said it was at the back. It looked like it was decent.
The key word there is lecturer.
Supposed to be. What a tune though, downtown.
This is stuff I would have done in college, so.
I did. I remember when I was in college, I filmed stage shows like this when I was at college. I filmed the one, in fact, I've still got it. I was going through my hard drives. It was a one-woman show about a woman in prison. And this is exactly what I did. I set the camera up right at the back and then zoomed in on her, and I didn't get the sound properly. And you could hear the sound of the man at the back of the room. But it was a learning curve. But I do love filming live events. It's something I've always enjoyed. I like the spontaneity of it. I like doing music videos of bands live on stage as well. It was I did a one with a band, which is on YouTube actually, Fet 47. And I filmed them live on stage. I always like to do that with bands. I like getting into the vibe of it. I love still photography. I really like to photograph bands as well.
Cool.
But filming live events it's cool. I remember, I did this for a living. I used to film TEDx talks here in London, and I'd be part of the crews, but they would rent me on my cameras. My camera's old now. I need to get a newer camera. I've got a newer, smaller one, Canon M50, but my main camera is really old now. It's like over a decade old. I really need to replace it. But back in the day, before I was teaching, they would rent me and my equipment. So I'd bring the sound gear along, I'd bring the camera along, the tripod, and I'd shoot the conferences.
Cool.
I did a lot of conference work. One of the most interesting ones I ever did was with the guy who discovered. I mean, this is corporate work, but the guy who was Gurdon, he was called John Gurdon. You know, when they cloned the frogs and Dolly the sheep and all that?
Oh, right. Yeah, yeah.
He was the guy that did that. He wasn't a very nice dude. It was like I was trying to mic him up and he was giving the conference. So they were paying us to film him. It was his university or institution that was paying us to do this.
Hmm.
He just didn't want to put a mic on. And I was like, mate, I've got to put a mic on you if I'm going to record you. It's like, that's what I'm here to do. Oh, I don't want to wear a mic. Can you not do it from the microphone? I was like, mate, I need to mic you up. He was, yeah, the Globe stuff's great at the Globe Theatre.
I was just looking there. My old, well, the drama students in my old college, they're doing Peer Gynt in a few days.
Peer Gynt.
So I'd love to see it, but probably won't get up to see it. But
it's been so long since I've done any stage work or even seen a stage show. It's been a long time. When I used to build these sets for a living, it was theatre sets at a place called Cambridge Arts Theatre.
Mm-hmm.
When I was a student, that's what I did for a job. I built the stagehand and built the sets. It's a great job. I learned so much watching the directors and stuff, talk to the actors and actresses, and it's a really cool job. I couldn't do it now though. My back would be breaking if I was doing that now. It was hard. I mean, there was only a couple of maybe 12 lads, I think, all in all, trying to do it. Or 12 crew, sorry, because it was guys and girls. But like 12 crew that were building the sets. It was difficult to build the sets.
I think this is going to be a one set performance because it's.
Well, it was a one set movie. all you had was the interior of the shop and the dentist chair. There's a great story.
Yeah, there is that. Yeah,
there's a great documentary, Corman's World, about Roger Corman. It's a really great documentary, and I think it's the actor who was in the first Little Shop of Horrors, the one with Nicholson.
Oh yeah.
There's a scene in the dentist chair. And he said they were filming it and the dentist chair fell over. So the actor fell out of it onto the floor and hurt themselves. And he says Roger Corman and the crew ran in and they were more worried about the dentist chair because Corman had lent it from his actual dentist to shoot the scene. And the actor was like, they didn't care about me. They were bothered about the dentist chair. Great. I love Roger Corman's stories. He's inspirational human being, Roger Corman. But yeah, the Globe's great. There was I did some work with Student Solitude that were doing short films for the Globe. Hans Petch, the guy who I actually rent my house off, actually, the director who teaches as well, he got his the work doing that with the students. So they were making films for Shakespeare's Globe.
I love the chorus. It's cool.
Yes, it was great, Vanya. Uncle Vanya, that was really good. I watched that one as well. I was just looking to see if the films are here. Let me stick it in the chat, Solitude. These were some of the films I did with the students at Shakespeare's Globe. There's a one in particular I did all the green screen work and stuff for with the students, which is in space. I mean, if you're interested, it was. I was just thinking about it. $100. Hopefully that link will work. I've just stuck a link there in the chat that's to the Shakespeare film students that I did with the students. There's some great ones. Such talented students, man. Great directors and lighters and everything. But the main ones I was involved with were Celestial. I did all the green screen work. There's a shot there of the
Has
it not?
Send it to me on Facebook and I'll.
Oh, well, I can send it to you in the private chat, right? You can copy it in.
You can, yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
But Shakespeare on film, students respond to summer 2022 season. But yeah, if you're interested in Solitude, that was some of the films I did with the students. Celestial was one of the main ones. And Prospero's Paradise. But yeah, Hans Petch was great. He's a fantastic guy. But I ended up working with him. He got some teaching work. He got I'm renting a house of him that I live in at the moment. He's a great director. He used to work with Jonathan Ross on film at the BBC. I love this stage show. It's fantastic. But Celestial apparently went to some festivals. I didn't. I just taught with the students on it. So in those films, I was teaching them how to use track and how to use lighting and all that kind of stuff, how to do things and all that kind of things. I'm on the website as we speak. We'll give it a look tomorrow.
Cool. I'll bookmark it.
But yeah, some of the student films were fantastic, man. Really great. But I mean, that was everything. I was the teacher there, teaching them how to use track, how to use the students are all fantastic. There's so many great ones. There was a DOP on that Prospero's Paradise that was fantastic. She really understood the camera amazingly. But I've been lucky. It's one of the joys of my life I've had to be able to teach. It's been fantastic.
That's good because it's obvious you're passionate about the subject. So,
well,
you have to be, I suppose.
I've spent my whole life loving it. I really have. Well, as you know, Kerry, that's how we met.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Abel Ferreira.
Zip.
But yeah, that was that one, the Shakespeare's Globe, was a brief that the guy I was talking about, Hans Petch, who was running the course. He was like the university had said, well, you go out and try and get some commissions for the students. So he went and spoke to Shakespeare's Globe and said, do you want to work together? I think that was the way it worked anyway, or they spoke to him anyway, but that's how they got together. Hans got them together. He took all the students to the Globe. They got to go around and see the place, and they all had like a choice. They all had to give a brief and pitch it so they could learn how to pitch. They all pitched them, and then the best ones were chosen. And the university gave the students a budget as well. It wasn't a lot, but they gave the students a budget because it was a commission that everyone would see in the outside world.
Yeah.
It was great, man. I wish I could go back to doing it full time. I used to love that job. But life is life. It throws curveballs at you all the time. Speaking of curveballs, I'm empty. Give us a second. I'm just going to go down.
Okay.
Grab another beverage. I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
I am really enjoying this, so it's really good.
Feed me, Seymour. He's definitely channeling Rick Moranis in this. Unless I'm I stand corrected. It's not a one set stage.
I couldn't unmute my mic. My mouse had run out of battery. I just had to plug my spare mouse into the computer.
Oh no!
Literally, at the second I ran downstairs to get another beer, my mouse ran out of battery. I bought a new mouse for the computer, one of the Bluetooth ones, but it's a lot easier on your wrist than the old ones are. But it runs out of battery so fast. But yep, luckily I've still got the old the old one to plug in. The one that just looks like a bar of soap.
The wired ones?
No, the wired ones. Drive my car. Indeed I have, yes. I'm just flipping. Refresh myself on that now. Yes. Because that was the amazing director who did I'm just looking it up now. The Sound of Waves. I actually watched Drive My Car off the back of Mark Kermode did a review of it, and he recommended it, and that's how I ended up watching that one. I'm hoping you mean the Drive My Car, the recent one from a couple of years ago, like 4 years ago, maybe. The not Korean, Japanese, the Japanese film Solitude. Is that the one you mean about the actor? But if that's the one you mean, I watched it off the recommendation of Kermode, a British critic. It's a great film. But The Sound of Waves was by the same director, and it was fantastic. You got the munchies?
Mm-hmm.
God, it's been a proper night of like nostalgia tonight. It makes it,
Yeah.
it really makes us really like realize how much I miss working on stage. Hamaguchi, yes, right. But yeah, they did another one, Solitude, called The Sound of Waves, I think it was called. Let me double check. I think it was The Sound of Waves, but it was a great film. A little bit earlier, maybe 10 years earlier, something like that. I'm just an IMDb now. In 2012, The Sound of Waves. But yeah, Japanese cinema. I know a few, but like not a lot. Obviously, I know the famous ones, but it was. I mean, when I remember Tartan really like when they were doing stuff like Throne of Blood and The Hidden Fortress and things. That was the first time I was seeing those kind of movies, and I remember Tokyo Story. Yes,
Oh,
evil does not exist. Yes, because it was China and Japan had like totally different film kind of productions. Like China was pretty big into it, and Japan wasn't as much. It was so you had loads of interesting films coming out in the 40s and 50s. They had a really interesting kind of what do you call it? Like film production history, I guess you call it. But Japanese cinema is just it's fantastic. It really is.
Takashi Miike and
I love Ozu.
yeah.
Ozu was my favorite when I used to teach. I actually I think I might have spoke about this already. Forgive us because we've done so many talks now, but
It's all right.
I used to show the students Ozu's Tokyo Story, and
Mhm.
we talk about slow cinema and how sometimes you don't have to move the camera to tell the story. Sometimes you find the right spot for it. You put the camera down where it tells the story, and then you just let it go. And it was like I had about 5 or 6 students just fall asleep when I was showing the movie. They literally sat and fell asleep in the lessons.
No problems, Adam. Hope you're okay. Hope you feel better soon.
Take care, Adam. I'm sure you'll be better soon. And we'll see you again in the future. Get yourself some fruit juice, though.
Yes. And cider counts as fruit juice.
You have to let us know if you've picked anything up in the sales. There's been loads of sales going on. I was looking at the Arrow sale there before. That Vinegar Syndrome about a big one. Imprint. That's crazy. There's been loads of sales going on for Christmas and the Black Friday stuff. That's what I was doing earlier on today. I was putting up a flat pack table. I bought a flat pack table in the Black Friday sales. I'm going to screw it to the wall so that we can like extend it out to have dinners on. It's funny. Bollywood is making more films in Hollywood, and yet we don't even know about them. However, R&R is quite popular. Never watched it though. Bollywood's incredible. I've taught a lot of students from Asia and India, and they've got hardly no film distribution.
Oh.
They make so many films, but the films are distributed on things like YouTube, and so that's where they make the money from.
Mm.
There's no real like massive cinema distributions for films for Bollywood cinema. It's really interesting. They make some great films, especially that like really highly emotive. There was one student I had who was looking at one filmmaker in particular who did three brothers. Let me just Google it. I'll bring it up. And we're talking about the use of slow motion in the movies. Filmmaker. Amar Akbar Anthony. And we're talking about his use of slow motion in the films. Because he's done, what was the really big one he just did, man? God, but the slow motion is fantastic. And we're talking about how it adds weight to it. So you got filmmakers now like the Kapoor brothers,
Mm-hmm.
who did Brothers in 2015. That was the movie I was thinking of. And the slow motion, it's so fantastic. And
I have no idea about Indian cinema, unfortunately.
But the films it's so good. They're so big budget, but there's no distribution for them. But they make all the money from being distributed. I mean, they get made and they make loads of money off them. Gary, don't get us wrong.
Yeah,
They get distributed in other ways, but there's no like mainstream cinema distribution anymore in the country. It's strange.
So they can't export it. And
well, I mean, we see them by watching them on YouTube and stuff for free, but we're paying for YouTube to watch them, and that's where the kind of revenue comes from. I mean, their crime films are really super violent, but really super stylized and really cool as well.
Cool.
And that was Karan Malhotra, who did Brothers. It's more of a martial arts one, but it's great. And the slow motion work, and it's fantastic. But I mean, Bollywood's a lot of comedy too. I mean, even in the really serious action films, there's a lot of great comedy in them.
Mm.
I just bought an Egyptian film the other day. What's it called? Wanda or Vada? Just listen. I'm typing this in, like trying to find the film, and I'm listening to the Little Shop of Horrors. It's fantastic. Wajda, that's the one. Wajda, 2012. So give us a sec. Do you mind if I share screen?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. But this is a really, really great film. It's a coming of age Arabic film. Sorry, I said Egyptian, didn't I? I meant Arabic. Sorry. Beers again. Once I've had a couple, I'm anybody's. But Wajda, I bought this the other day. It's so good. I saw it when it came out in 2012, and I was in I think it was FOP in Covent Garden, and I saw this for like £6 on DVD. I just picked it up again. It's such a great film. I really recommend it to anybody on the stream. Talking about world cinema by Haifa Al Mansour, the female director. It's a really great film, this. And it's about this little girl who wants a bike. It's just so good. And I think they were obviously inspired by the old Italian.
Oh, yeah.
The bicycle thieves. It's that kind of thing. It's about a girl, and the object that she wants is the bike. But it's such a great coming of age film. Looking at world cinema, it's just such a great movie, and the little actress as well. She's so good. She's not little, the young actress. She's really great in the film. But I really recommend it for anybody who's watching. Solitude, if we're talking about this. But yeah, I bought that the other day on DVD and watched it again.
So I can take a note.
Fantastic. So yeah, watched it. WADGDA.
Cool.
You found Phil Spector for £9. That's amazing. I really want to get a physical copy of that Solitude. It's such a great film. I know we're talking about it as well, but last night. But it's a really great film, that Phil Spector film. I mean, David Mamet. I mean, we can't call him underrated, but as a director, he just does exactly what needs to be done. I mean, when I teach classes about direction, I often use Mamet's book, David Mamet on Directing, because he used to teach courses as well in directing. And he's just so great when he talks about it. He's so down to earth, the way that he talks about it. He doesn't talk about it as something like this. For all we've just said, we're talking about Ridley Scott, for example. I love Ridley Scott, I do. So don't take this out of context. But Ridley Scott said that you can't teach directing. Everybody's got their own style, blah, blah, blah. But Mamet breaks it down, and you can teach directing. You can. That there's a method Like I was saying when I was a kid in science in school, when you learn, if you break stuff down, there's a way to teach it. There is a way to teach directing. You just have to realize that you're teaching the individuals and not everybody all at once. So each person that you're teaching has their own way that they'll direct. And if you can get them on that basis, you've just got to get to know your students. That's all. You have to make that extra effort. And then when you get to know them, you can teach them how to direct. You can. So if a student likes Child's Play, for example, I think I've spoke about that on the stream before. I had a student who was really interested in Child's Play, and that the school had kind of said that the student was a problem student, and I might have problems with them because they were like not aggressive, but didn't really want to learn. And I just said, okay, no problem. I just approached them and I said to them in the class, what interests you? What do you want to learn from? And they mentioned Child's Play and Tom Holland. And that's how I approached that student. And they ended up making a great film, writing a great essay, and passing the course. You've just got to learn how to approach people. And as a teacher, you know, when you're teaching 70 plus students sometimes in a class, that's not always possible. But there's always a way to do it. There always is. House of Games is great, isn't it, Solitude? I know I really like that movie too. That was his, I think, was that his first one? If I'm right in thinking, that might have been his first film with Joe Mantegna. My favorite's Homicide. I love Homicide. It's so downbeat and depressing, but it's a great piece of writing about, like, you know, because obviously he's talking about being Jewish in that film, and the cop like wants to get back to his Jewish heritage, but he already belongs where he is, and I don't know how to talk about it. It's such a complicated film, but it's one of my favorites. I really want the Criterion release of that Homicide because David Mamet did a commentary for it, and I really want to hear the commentary, but it's out of print now, but I really want to hear it. But Mamet's so interesting. And he's like a very serious dude, but he can write beautiful comedy too. Like, what was it? Ninth and Main and Wag the Dog. And he wrote some great comedies. But Spanish Prisoner, man. I know it's not as good as House of Games, but Spanish Prisoner is great. And I think I've said before, George C. Scott's my favorite actor, and Campbell Scott, his son, who's in Spanish Prisoner, I really like him too. I admire him. I like the end of Spanish Prisoner, you know, when they're on the boat. It was a really well put together film, wasn't it? It was. And Steve Martin.
I've never seen any of these files. I can keep them quiet.
Oh, it's really good. Steve Martin takes a really serious part, and it's really good. And I love Mamet's wife, who's in that Spanish Prisoner as well. Solitude. Man, I hate doing this. I feel like I'm doing these people a disservice because I can't remember the names. Rebecca Pidgeon, who's in Spanish Prisoner and Fifth and Main, and she's a State and Main. God, I can't remember anything. But yes, he's just one of a kind. His films are unique. They are. I mean, he directed Val Kilmer in Spartan, which is a kind of action film, but it's so lean and mean, and it just moves like a rocket. But the characters are so well drawn in it. Mamet's he's a master. He is, and he really breaks it down, and I admire about him that he doesn't make a mystery out of it. He says, this is how I do it. This is how you can write. I really admire that about Mamet. I mean, the first time I really remember hearing of him was the famous one at Glengarry Glen Ross when it hit the stage. And everybody was talking about Glengarry Glen Ross. And then they made the film with Pacino and Ed Harris and Jack Lemmon and that great cast. And I've seen it on stage and I've seen the film, and the stage was better, but the film was really good. But my favorite work of his, Solitude, is Homicide. It's just such a brilliant film. I can't recommend it enough. In fact, I should do a video on the Boneyard about it. It's such a great film. Ving Rhames is in it for a little, and speaking about him last night, how much I admire him as an actor. It's this William H. Macy plays this great role in it too. It's fantastic. I love The Winslow Boy. Yes, I thought it was a great film. It was, and it was a remake, obviously, but it was he was doing the play. But yes, I do. I love The Winslow Boy. It's a great movie. Rebecca Pidgeon was in that too, his wife. Fantastic. If you're into her as well, because I really like her acting. I started to look for her online a couple of years ago, and she's got her own YouTube where she sings music, and it's really good. she releases albums and stuff now and does records, and she's a really beautiful singer, kind of reminiscent of the 90s, like Sheryl Crow or Meredith Brooks.
Okay.
She's got that kind of vibe going. But yeah, Rebecca Pigeon, in her own right, an incredible actress. You know, I mean, obviously to marry Diva Mama, you've got to be pretty pretty intense, I would imagine. But yeah, what a great couple, proper power couple. I mean, she's as powerful as an actress as he is as a writer, I think, and together, they did a great short play with John Gielgud, where they're stripping the actor down on stage. I think it was a Beckett, Samuel Beckett play that he directed, and she was in it. It was fantastic. But John Gielgud, Mamet, and Rebecca Pigeon working on the same thing. Pretty sure it was a Beckett play, I think. But it was fantastic. He's always just stood out as he's a unique voice because he's got a certain amount of aggression in his work, and you definitely see that in stuff like Glengarry Glen Ross. There's obviously you need conflict to make drama work. I'm a big Michael Winner fan, believe it or not, and Michael Winner would always say that. He would say, "Why your film's so violent?" And he would say, "Because you need conflict, otherwise the drama doesn't work." You know, why is Death Wish 2 so violent? Because we need that violence to make the conflict work. It was, and Mamet's got that, but in a different kind of way. It's like his characters are internally violent, like, what do you call him in The Spanish Prisoner? God, I forgot. Steve Martin in The Spanish Prisoner. He's got this horrible kind of aggression. Would you agree? He really tricks Campbell Scott into it, and he's horrible. He's manipulative, evil, but there's an aggression there. I love that in Mamet's work. He's such a great writer. He is. Orleaner as well. William H. Macy, the film they did of that was great. But great writer. Solitude, he's a great writer. I really admire him a lot. Does he? I didn't know that. Henry Johnson. I'll have to check that out. Solitude. I didn't even know he had a new. Is that a play or a new movie? I definitely have to check it out though. But I'm sorry if I'm ranting a bit there, but I really do. I really do love Mamet. I respect him. And there's a fine line between love and respect. But I really do respect him because his work is consummate. It's. I think in years and years to come, the way that he appreciates someone like Beckett, I think he'll be appreciated. Movie, cool. So it's a new movie, excellent. I'll check that out, Chase Solitude. I'll look forward to that. I'll really look forward to that. I didn't know. That's what I mean, though. It's like Mamet, he doesn't get spoken of enough, does he? He had a little window of time, like with Wag the Dog and stuff, where he was able to direct a couple of movies, that are really good because he was kind of popular as a writer. But man, he never gets the credit. But obviously he does in theatrical circles. His plays are still renowned all over the world. But film-wise, I never thought he gets the respect he deserves. But that David Mamet on directing, if you haven't read it, Solitude, I'd really recommend it. I used to use it when I was teaching. It's teaching directing. It's a great, great book. And you can read it on a train in 20 minutes. It's a really short book. And the way that he writes is just incredible. I often think that I was doing this on the Dead Zone when I was talking about Stephen King and how much I liked, how much I liked Stephen King when I was a kid because all the other books I was reading. Stephen King didn't seem to talk down to us. He was speaking my kind of language. I think Mamet's like that. He's universal, especially in Phil Spector. He speaks to, he makes you not feel sorry for Spector, but makes you understand him. And that's a really hard character to try and understand. He's such a great writer. Great, great writer. And he'll be remembered. I really do think that in years and years to come, in the way we remember Beckett, we'll remember Mamet in the future. Love that guy. Love that guy. So much so he influences so much. I actually flip and used his work to teach. I imagine he'd have been a great teacher too. I'd love to have been in one of his classes because he's got that beautiful voice I don't know if you've ever heard him talk, but he talks really beautifully and eloquently, and he's just I just admire him. I really admire him. Brilliant. It's nice to. I'm really glad you like him, Solitude. He's awesome. It's nice to talk about him. It's nice to meet somebody else who loves him too. Yeah, so it's David Mamet on directing. Give me a sec. I'll find it, Solitude, and I'll send you the link. I'm sure you can get a PDF, Solitude, but it's on Amazon for like 14 quid. Let me just grab it. I'll stick it in the chat. And in fact, Kerry, because that last one didn't work, you mind if I put it in the private chat?
Go ahead.
So this is an Amazon link, Solitude, but it's you can read it in 20 minutes. It's really short. It's maybe 100, 200 pages, but it's all his philosophy about writing's in there. It's a great book, and he teaches it like he's a teacher. He's not speaking to the smartest guy in the room. He's speaking to the person that knows nothing, and he just teaches you from the ground up. It's really, really great. And that just makes me think he's an even greater guy because he understands that not everybody's as smart as he is. He can, he can teach us, but he can teach us how to be creative. And in that book, he really teaches us how to be creative and how you can bring out your creativeness. Great, great book. It's almost like a transcript of the lessons that he taught. So when he was lecturing, he wrote this book off the back of the lectures. So it's almost like a lecture, but he teaches you the structure of the lectures in it. Great, great book. You probably get one on eBay for cheaper. I think I got one for 7 or 8 quid, first edition. But there's a couple of books. I mean, there's a great book on directing from John Badham as well. The guy that directed Short Circuit and Blue Thunder and Saturday Night Fever. He wrote a great book called John Badham. I think it's on directing as well, actually. And that's a really great book. He wrote a great book about directing. In fact, do I have it up here? I might have it. No. So many great books. I'm just looking up at the shelf there. I've got so many great books on directing or filmmaking. But no, it's not there. The John Badham one's not there either. Yeah, I've just Googled it. The John Badham one is just literally called John Badham on directing as well. But it was an important book. I mean, today when I direct, I'm directing a short film in a couple of weeks. That's mine, not one that I'm getting paid for, just one I'm doing. I come back to Mamet all the time. I mean, it's isn't it strange though that I mean that the world's a beautiful place. It is. I mean, we were just watching The Wall and we're talking about that connection that made us tear up. About the kid and George signed with his own rubber stamp and all that, and you can feel Roger Waters' emotion in it. And he's speaking to us through film and through music. There's that connection that you kind of have. And I mean, you can go anywhere in the world, I think, and people through film will have that same connection. was I rambling there again? Sorry.
No, you're right. You're grand.
All right. John Bowman wrote a great book. I'm just looking up at my books on the shelf. This was a really great one that I used to use when I was a student. Hope the whole bookshelf doesn't fall out when I pull this one out. But I used to quote this one a lot when I was a student because I'm a big Bowman fan. Money into Light. He wrote this about making the Emerald Forest. It's a great book on cinema because he talks about all the trials and tribulations. And this is the guy that made one of the biggest flops in history, The Exorcist 2 as well. I mean, and this talks about Neil Jordan. So many great books on cinema. It really is. And then after quoting somebody who we actually were talking about before, Roger Waters, he always says, read. That's what it was. That's what it was saying. If you like something, read, read. Speaking of Bukowski solitude, I was just when we're talking about Barfly before. This was really great. I'm sorry, I'm not going to get every book off my bookshelf, but this was just a silly little because I'm such a Bukowski fan. Uh, Fante and Bukowski. So this was actually a comic book strip they wrote about Fante and Bukowski, and it was so good. It was just some daft little comic strip that I bought, but man, it was great. Exorcist 2 is Kermo's favorite film. I know. It's I know.
I love Exorcist too.
There is things I love about Exorcist 2. There is, because I'm a diehard Borman fan. I mean, diehard, a proper diehard. As much as I'm diehard Romero or Carpenter, I'm diehard John Borman. I really am. I think Hope and Glory is a masterpiece. I love Zardoz. I think it's so crazy that I think it's crazy beautiful. I think Deliverance is unparalleled in its message to the human race. It says, look what we're doing to the earth. You need to stop doing this, because if we destroy the earth, we've got nothing to go back to. It's incredible. His voice, I mean, point blank, sorry. In the color that he used in Point Blank, every scene, it's just incredible. The Hell in the Pacific's it's a message about war. Borman's an incredible. I mean, he made From the Heart, the film about his family. He's just an incredible director. Leo the Last with Marcel Marceau, not Marcel Marceau. Oh God, I can't remember the guy's name now, the actor, but incredible, just incredible director. And I mean, I'm looking up at the books. There's one right next to it, Adventures of a Suburban Boy. Is one of the best books I've ever read. He talked about his whole life. He's great. Squeal Like a Pig Scene haunted me for years. Watched it when I was a little boy. It's incredible. It is. And that's what we're doing to the message is. That's what we're doing to the environment. The film starts off with us doing that to the environment. The beginning of Deliverance is an explosion, right? Because we're dynamiting the earth. What are we doing to the earth there? We're aping the earth, right? So the guys are doing to Ned Beatty's character in that, Ed, what we're doing to the earth. It's just a great, great metaphor for it. And it's an incredible. I think Borman's. I mean, Beyond Rangoon is incredible. In My Country, he did with Samuel Jackson's an incredible film. He's in my opinion, he's a real unsung hero. I mean, I know he made his blockbusters, but I mean, Excalibur is incredible. When you look at what he did in Excalibur, it's one of the most beautiful looking movies of all time. He worked with Jeffrey Unsworth, the cinematographer who shot 2001. In a lot of his films, he's just Borman for me. Obviously, everybody hates him because of The Exorcist, and it's not the greatest film ever made. It's not. It's his worst film by a long shot. It's his worst movie, and I can understand why people hate it because it's so flipping ridiculous. It is. But it's also one of the best books about making a movie ever. And I am going to grab this because I really want to recommend it. Sorry to be going on about books. But this is one of the best books about making a movie ever. The Making of Exorcist II, The Heretic by Barbara Pallenberg. Because they talk about how it fails, why it fails, what they were doing wrong. And she was on the set with Borman. It's a great, great book. Actually, this is from... Again, another one from Kermode. I've had this book since my name's probably in this. I've had this book since I was a kid. But this was recommended when I was a kid. Kermode recommended this and said, don't watch the film. It's crap, but read the book about making the film because it's great. And it's a great, great book. I mean, I don't think it's in print anymore. I love the smell of old books, the smell in the print. But this is just because I've got a little John Borman section there above my head. But But it's a great book about filmmaking. It really is. I don't know, Solitude. It's I don't know if I could do with it. Do you mean about Exorcist 2 or Deliverance? But you should make a video about it, like you did for Poltergeist, sort of philosophical analysis. I could do. I mean, there's a lot of. I mean, it's funny with the with YouTube. It's like, I mean, I've got feelings like any human being, and I mean, like somebody gave us a really horrible comment last night on my Shrouds video. And like a lot of the videos that like Deliverance gets 103 quid for that Exorcist book, the Exorcist 2. There's bound to be a PDF or something somewhere. That 103 quid. Maybe I'll sell it. But I've had this since I was a kid. I mean, I bought this in the early 90s, I think. In fact, it'll probably have a print date in it. So I bought this one in. Oh no, sorry. This is printed in 1977. So this is a print from 77. The book, but I bought this in the early 90s because Kermode recommended it. 103 quid for the Exorcist book. 103.
It is.
There's bound to be some reprints of it. It's a great book. There's bound to be some reprints of it. The one that I'd really love is Robert Rodriguez wrote a book. And my favorite Robert Rodriguez film is Road Races. It's a great, great film. I think it was 94. Deborah Hill produced it. Deborah Hill from Halloween fame, Deborah Hill. And she produced this film, and it's fantastic. It was for a series of films on TV, The Young and the Reckless. But Robert Rodriguez had just kind of done that, his first film, El Mariachi. So they got him to do this TV film called Road Races. And he wrote a book, The Making of Road Races, and it's so hard to get. And I've got a copy, but it got water damaged. And I'd love to get a copy of that book again because it's such a great book. It's called The Making of a Degenerate Hot Rod Flick. And it's about the making. He wrote the book himself about making that movie. And it's one of my all-time favorite films. It will be on my top 10 all-time die lists, Road Races. I think it's a great, great film. And he wrote a really good book about making it, just about what it was like to be a young kid. And he wasn't used to working with studios. And I think it's a studio, probably HBO or someone. It must have been one of those studios. But, did you find a good copy?
It's a PDF.
Oh, PDF, fantastic.
But it's in portrait form.
It's a really good book. It really is.
You can download it for free, but it's you need to sign up.
I mean, there's a couple of good ones. There's that great book that was written about the making a Bonfire of the Vanities, because it was a massive flop. Brandy Palmer's Bonfire of the Vanities, but it was a huge Hollywood thing. Bruce Willis was the lead role, and Tom Hanks, Melanie Griffiths. You had F. Murray Abraham, Morgan Freeman. It was supposed to be one of the biggest movies, and it really flopped. And there's a great book written about the making of that film. And you learn more about the failures than you do about the successes. And I always used to tell that to the students. You learn more about films that don't work than the ones that do. Because when you look at the ones that don't work, you understand what went wrong and how you shouldn't do it. But you can imagine what one of my classes was like when I was showing students everything from Roger Corman to flipping. I used to show students Death Race 2000 and, show them compared to modern stories, how it was the same story, just done in different times. And feed me, Seymour. One of my other favorite ones is Making Movies by Sidney Lumet. Sidney Lumet wrote a great book about making movies because obviously he made films from the 40s onwards. He was working in television, and he wrote a great book, Making Movies, Sidney Lumet. That's a really, really great book as well. Look at the different sections. Which reminds I have to read that Woody Allen book because I haven't read it yet. Up a Pros of Nothing. I bought that and I haven't read it yet. That's on the bookshelf up the top. That guy's really enjoying the performance. And that's the Steve Martin character, the
Yeah.
the dentist getting high on his own supply with the gas. Do you have a favorite director, Carrie, that you love that nobody else does?
Hmm.
Because I find myself defending Borman all the time because of Exorcist 2, I do. But he made so many other great films.
Ed Wood comes to mind.
Ed Wood, yeah.
Let's see who else. John Ford, strangely, you know, but Ed Wood more so.
Well, John Ford's an interesting one. I mean, I know what you mean because a lot of people don't like him now.
Yeah,
because of the kind of vaudeville elements of his films. Because like there'll be a massive shootout,
yeah,
and then they'll go in the bar and they'll start singing and dancing, and it'll turn into a, like The Quiet Man does that a lot. The Quiet Man will be like there'll be a really violent fight, and then they'll go and there'll be a singing bit. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's life in Ireland.
Or just have a pint of Guinness and forget about it.
No, not really. No,
but either stop and have a pint of Guinness, don't in the middle of the fight. But I know what you mean. His films haven't dated too well, have they?
Not really. No,
They haven't. I remember loving them when I was a kid. I like Howard Hawks better than Ford, I think.
Definitely Ed Wood, though. I don't know. He always appealed to me because he always tried to make a good movie, but he never succeeded. And then when I saw, Tim Burton's biopic of him,
yeah, that's a great.
It just cemented more things for me. Like this is why I like him, because he didn't give up.
It's a great.
He didn't let anybody tell him any different. But that's just my opinion.
No, I totally agree. I mean, you get it. I mean, you get it, don't you? That in the end, even when he was making his pornography films, in the 70s before he died, it's like I get the impression that he was still giving it 100%.
Oh yeah, I would say he was, right.
Right.
Talking about books, there is actually a book on him I'd love to get, and it's expensive too. But it's it's kind of like a biography, obviously. But yeah, I just said that, Solitude. It is Ed Wood. I love Ed Wood. So much so that I actually, I re-bought a box set a couple of months back.
It was I made a video about Ed Wood on Boneyard Cinema.
I didn't see that, actually.
Plan 9 from Outer Space.
Oh, right, that one. Right, okay.
It's so important because it was the first time I met people who were as weird as I was when I saw his films. I mean, we were talking about school and stuff before, that like I was the only guy that was doing drama. It was all girls and stuff. But it was the first time I met people who were like me was in a pub in Newcastle, and they were showing Plan 9 from Outer Space. And I went in and these people were talking about films. But at the same time, the first time I saw it in the pub with these other people, I got into a conversation about Battle of Algiers. Okay. So the people in the pub were not just Ed Wood fans, they were film fans in general, and it was like, I just met people who loved cinema. So Ed Wood will always mean the world to me because he was obviously an outsider as well.
Yeah. He was good, yes, as Ed Wood. Yeah.
It was excellent when he and Martin Landau as Lugosi was.
Yeah.
I mean, I love... I
can't eat my sheet.
And Juliette Landau as well. Was Juliette Landau?
Yeah.
Aye.
It was.
Probably the best thing Sarah what do you call that? Sarah ever did Sex in the City. Probably the best film she ever made.
No, last Flight of the Navigator is good.
LA Story as well with Steve
That's
Martin.
Right, yeah,
She was good in LA Story.
Yeah, talking about Steve Martin. Yeah,
with Steve Martin.
There's that and Leap of Faith. I really want to get on DVD, but I can't find them anymore.
Leap of Faith was great as well. I remember that. My favorite Steve Martin's Roxanne. I love Roxanne. I think it's such a heartfelt, beautiful little tale. It's like a fairy tale. It really is. You got Daryl Hannah and what's the guy's name from Terminator? Rick Rosanovich, is it? The guy who's in Roxanne from Terminator.
Sorry, there's a wee visitor here. We have.
No.
Have to let her in.
But I Solitude, Crimes and Misdemeanors. What a powerful movie. It's crazy. I think even Woody Allen realized it was great, and he remade it with Match Point. He kind of remade it with the Hugh McGregor one as well, the Cassandra's Dream. But I love the scenes with his brother in Crimes and Misdemeanors. You know, his brother, the gangster from L.A. Law, Jerry Orbach. So great. That's a great performance from Martin Landau. It really is. And it's...
This is the Conversations mascot.
Hey, all right.
That's Mitzi.
Hey, Mitzi.
You're wet. How'd you get wet?
Hey, Mitzi.
How'd you get wet?
But it's so great right in the end when Martin Landau is sitting talking to Woody Allen and he gives him the story for the movie Solitude. So I've got a great story for you. Your name is Dick, isn't it? It's one of my favorites. I love Roxanne. In fact, I would go as far as to say that is my favorite Steve Martin film. Then probably the Mama Two Brains. But
that's a classic too.
I love Dead Men. Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid as well.
I love the Jerk.
Oh, the Jerk's so great too. I forgot about the Jerk there for a sec. Right. But
I do like Plain Strange Automobiles as well.
That's great. But Roxanne's always been my favorite. It always has. It's always been my favorite. I just love that film. There's just such a heartfeltness to it. It's just a great film. Was it Norman Jewison? Who directed Roxanne? Was it Norman Jewison? It was somebody famous. Roxanne 1970? No.
I'll tell you now in a second.
All right, you're getting it. All right.
Yeah. This is a wee second.
But I love that film so much.
Frank Shepsey.
Fred Schweppes, right.
Sorry. Yeah.
No wonder I love it so much. That's the guy that directed The Russia House. That's the guy that did The Chant of Jimmy Blacksmith. He's a great film director. 6 Degrees of Separation. He did the movie with Stockard Channing, and he's a great director. Well, that's a famous thing, Solitude, right? He saw The Jerk and he approached Steve Martin to be in Eyes Wide Shut.
Oh.
And he wanted Steve Martin to be in Eyes Wide Shut. He was going to make it with Eyes. Crazy. And he actually spoke to Richard Brooks, the director of Modern Romance, and said, look, I want to do this novel I've bought as a comedy. Would you be up for reading it? And Richard Brooks was like, you can't do this as a comedy. There's so many great stories, but it was supposed to be Woody Allen and Steve Martin in Eyes Wide Shut. I mean, you can check us on this. You can fact check us. It's in history now. But that Eyes Wide Shut was supposed to be done. He's owned the rights to Eyes Wide Shut since the 60s. It was one of his favorite books. And I think he just knew he was on his way out. And he thought, shit, I better make this film now before I die. Because he gave Spielberg AI.
That's right.
And said, look, I can't develop this film. I think I don't know how many years I've got left. Will you take it and take what I've done and finish it? And he said yes. And, but I think he knew that he was on his way out. Everyone says it was sudden, but when you read about Kubrick's career, he did a lot of stuff right at the end of his career that was like, whoop, I think I'm on the way out here. He did.
That's probably why he didn't do a lot of actual directing until then.
I know he loved Eraserhead too, as well, Solitude. There's a famous story with David Lynch. And he met Eraserhead, one of my favorite films. He was a very good filmmaker. I met him and he said he had my Eraserhead, one of his favorite films. He said when he was making The Shining, he actually showed it to try and get the vibe.
You kind of went a bit wonky there.
I always do. I'm the wonkiest guy in the world.
Maybe it's just my headphones.
No, it's probably me. My connection's been bad. Solitude you were seeing last night. I watched some of the stream back from yesterday. It was breaking up really bad. I'm gonna have to get in touch with the providers. I think it's Virgin we're on here, but yeah, it's I'd hate to be sending you guys out a bad signal.
No, you're doing okay. Sorry, I am still cold.
The Vanish and the Dutch version was really great. Like, I actually saw them backwards. I saw the Jeff Bridges one first with Sandra Bullock. I saw the American version first, and then I saw the original. But the original is shot much more beautifully than the remake is. I don't know if it was the same director. Did the same director make both? Yeah. But the original is
Funny Games with Michael Haneke.
I thought it was. I thought that was in the back of my mind there. But the original is just so much more beautiful. Like the gas station at night looks incredible compared to the one in the remake. It's.
Why is he channeling the Seventh Doctor there with his jumper and his glasses and his bow tie?
Well, you know this is interesting. I'm a big Sam Peckinpah fan. I can drag books down if you want. I've got about 10 Peckinpah books up there. But Peckinpah, one of his original jobs was filming stage shows to be broadcast live on television.
Oh, okay.
And I didn't know this until I really started to look into Peckinpah when I was a kid and read his works. It is, I know, it's devastating solitude at the end, isn't it? And she's flipping lights the lighter in the box. You've got to go through exactly what she went through. It's awful, I know. Gives you the creeps just thinking about it. But the original first TV broadcasts were just live broadcast shows like this. It was people filming stage shows.
Right.
To be broadcast on TV, and Peckinpah was there doing it. But it's the ending, man. The Vanishing is, God, it's creepy. So creepy. I mean, it was Frank Darabont who did Shawshank Redemption, Green Mile, and The Mist. And The Majestic as well. He's done other things at One King. Great director, and directed the first season of The Walking Dead, I believe. But he did a film called Buried Alive with Jennifer Jason Leigh, William Atherton, and Tim, the guy from Magnum Force. Tim, he was in the Stephen King one, Kerry, where he's a teacher. Sometimes they come back.
Oh, Jesus.
Is it Tim Matheson? I think it's Tim Matheson.
That sounds familiar.
Was in a film called Buried Alive. And it scared the crap out of me right when I was a kid. There's about 5 films that still scares, and the stupid films you wouldn't believe it. It's like Creepshow 2. It's films I saw when I was a kid that really scared us, and still to this day as an adult that still scare us. That's one of them. Frank Darabont's film Buried Alive, and he builds it so that Jennifer Jason Leigh and William Atherton have an affair, and the killer husband, or they think he's dead, but he wakes up in his grave.
Oh.
And he gets out somehow. I won't spoil it. But what he does is he gets out and he builds a maze for them to go through so that they end up in a box, and then he just shuts the box. It's like Saw before Saw. But my God, it scared the crap out of us, and it was similar to the ending of Vanishing. It's devastating. It really is. The devastating endings where it's just like, and then it ends. It's whoa. Great. How long we got left? Have I got time to have another beer? I'll have to go and grab another one.
Well, there's about 30 minutes left in the stage show.
Okay, give us 2 seconds. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, dokie.
I need to get a fridge in here, man.
Well, thanks for having us in your viewing solitude. Appreciate that. Just don't mind me, I'm just freezing. Damn ads. Damn ads. So Mitzi's the channel mascot, but as I said, and she loves being picked up. Not. But no, she makes no occasional appearances. Excuse me. Very bad manners to be yawning on the stream. Yeah.
It's only me. I can hear you breathing.
I don't breathe. I breathe.
That's an interesting topic, though. I mean, what are the most devastating films? I did a video on Seconds recently. I find that ending devastating, proper devastating. I mean, the same as the Solitude with the Vanishing. It's absolutely devastating.
So when you say devastating, do you mean like as in hard hitting, or?
I mean, just that end, and you think, and then the film ends. There's so many awful ones, like Funny Games. You mentioned Michael Haneke, right?
Yeah.
I mean that ends in no whiskey. I wish. I've got no money. Solitude. I'm totally skinned at the minute. I'm literally on the cheap. I'm on the Heineken again. It's not the best. I wish I could afford whiskey, but I'll stick with what I got.
Wow, I stick what I got it as well. So
Budweiser.
No, orange.
All right. Are you still on the wagon, Solitude? I remember seeing you kind of quit till Christmas. Yeah, I wish I did have some whiskey. I'd love a glass of whiskey. It's just, I'm going to save up some money for Christmas presents and stuff. Send some stuff back to my nephew, and I've got to save money for Christmas. But if I could, I'd be on the whiskey. I'd be on the hard stuff. But seeing that, though, I had some Stella last night on the stream we did last night, and I was a little bit tipsy by the end of it. I don't know if anybody noticed, but I could feel it when I finished. I finished, and I had to go downstairs and have a sandwich before I went to bed. I thought, whoa, I'm a little bit drunk. I better eat something before
You
I go.
didn't line your stomach.
But I really appreciated it last night. I was in a really sad mood because of all the flipping crap I'd had with the bridge jobs and all that going, and losing that job with the photographer in the band and all that. I was just like, man, it was nice. I would like to have watched Inferno. No alcohol until Christmas. Having wine since May. So I do like a nice Merlot red wine. I'm a red wine fan. I do like red wine. A nice Merlot. It's gorgeous.
We made our own wine a couple of years ago.
I've made my own gin a couple of times. Slow gin with blueberries. I like blueberry slow gin. By the way, the tax on alcohol is going up. That's even worse.
Everything's going up.
Oh, everything's going up, man. No whiskey, more tax. God, I'm gonna be drinking potato. I'll be like the Great Escape. I'll be drinking potato wine on the next stream.
That's poaching here. So.
I'll be making potato wine. Right.
Oh, he's posh Burgoyne.
Nice.
Harshness.
I do like a nice white too. I mean, I prefer red, but I mean, there's some nice. I like a nice Chardonnay, but I prefer red, definitely.
I actually Slur. That's a good wine.
What's that? But I'm not really a wine guy. I've always wanted to get more into it. A friend of mine, Wes, runs bars. That's his job. He's a bar manager, and I always keep saying to him, "Can you teach us about it?" Because that's what he drinks. He drinks red wine as well. And I always keep saying, "Can you not like do a tasting or something to teach us a bit about it?" Because I really want to learn about it. I got into. Did you ever watch Sam Neill's stuff during lockdown on his farm?
Some of it, yeah.
So he's got a winery, and he was really interesting the way he spoke about it. And I mean, I've drank Coppola's wines, the red wines that he makes, and the white wines. But I don't know much about it. Solitude. I wish I knew more. Like I say, I know I like a nice red, but it's a gap in my education. I'd love to learn more about wine. It's something I really want to do. It is. And if I had the cash, and if I had the cash, I'd go to a few more tastings and try and learn about it. Because, I mean, I'm just drinking a lager now, you know. But when you taste a good one, you can tell the difference. And I'm a total layman. I am. I don't know the difference between wines, but I know that you can tell a good one from a bad one.
Speaking of,
I know a lot more about whiskey, and I know how whiskey's aged and how single and double malt and all that. I guess it's the same.
Speaking of whiskey, did you ever see The Angel's Share?
Yes, great film. Yes, it's Ken Loach, right?
Yeah.
All right, Ken Loach, great film.
That is actually really good. Yeah,
Ken Loach is a good director. Go to France every now and then. You bring 18 liters into the country, so you can bring them back. That's pretty cool. Well, one of my favorite Bertolucci movies is about the winery, the Stealing Beauty. That's my favorite Bertolucci film. When they go to the place where they grow the wine, and Liv Tyler's trying to find her dad. It looks beautiful. Jeremy Irons is actually in that too. So we've had loads of Jeremy Irons films tonight.
Yes.
But it's something I really want to learn about. It is. I'd love to learn about wines. I would. I'd love to know the difference. I mean, just to further my own education about things. But right now, I'm drinking the old Heineken.
A Blue Ribbon.
Like, was that from Blue Velvet?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
That is a wine film. Yeah.
I really enjoy Sideways.
Paul Giamatti and
the guy who played Sandman, right? Virginia Madsen's awesome in that too. But who's the guy that played Sandman? He was in that.
Sandman as in
the Spider-Man bad guy, Sandman.
Oh,
Hayden. Is it Hayden someone?
Hayden Church.
Hayden Church. He was in Sideways too, right? But yeah, Virginia Madsen. Speaking about underrated actors, she's really underrated. I mean, I remember seeing her in Gotham and, you know, stuff like The Prophecy when we were kids. She was and Candyman in particular was like mind-blowingly fantastic.
She did a film there, 1985.
Yes, she's great.
Yeah,
she's a really great actress. I mean, she popped up in June when she was like 19 or something.
That's right. Yeah,
she's so great, and she never really got to that leading woman status that I think she really deserves. I mean, she's great in the film she's in. Fantastic, in fact. There's a lot of films I've watched just because she was in them. Like, but man, she's in a Dennis Hopper film called The Hotspot with the guy from Miami Vice, Don Johnson, and Jennifer Connelly when she's really young. And Dennis Hopper directed it, The Hotspot. She is amazing in that film. Virginia Madsen's so good. But Sideways is great. I mean, she's great in that, and she kind of frees him up, doesn't she? The Paul Giamatti character in that. It's, Sideways is pretty cool. The director did another film after it, and I didn't like it. And I went to see the second film off the back of Sideways, and I didn't like the next film they did. I remember. I mean, this is like 2006 or something, right? I remember seeing these on the cinema.
Yeah, Sideways 2004. So
2004. But there was the director did another one after it, and I didn't like it. But who am I? It's probably Steven Spielberg or something. Do you ever get that with directors when you really get let down by the next film?
Yes, I do.
I get that with a lot of modern filmmakers. I found that with I found that with Osgood Perkins. Osgood Perkins, Anthony Perkins' son, directed a film for Netflix called I Am the Pretty Thing That Lives in the House. And it was so beautiful and so scary. And I was like, my God, this director's fantastic, you know? And then, so I started following the career. And then they did the one with Nicolas Cage, where he's a serial killer. That
could be any Nicolas Cage, to be honest with you.
But he's got the really fake makeup on, like really fake. It's I really should know this, and I don't know it. But I didn't like it as much as everybody else did. Anyway, it was like Silence of the Lambs, but nowhere near as good. And then he did Stephen King, The Monkey. And it was like, oh, this is really terrible. What's happened to Osgood Perkins, the brilliant director that directed I Am the Pretty Thing That Lives in the House? Apparently, he's done a new movie called The Keeper, and apparently it's fantastic. Longlegs. That's the one, Solitude. Longlegs, yep. I didn't like that one at all. I liked Nicolas Cage in it, but Osgood Perkins, his first film, I Am the Pretty Thing That Lives in the House, was just mind-blowingly good.
Yeah.
The Holdovers, yes, Solitude. The Holdovers was great with Paul Giamatti. How great was that film? I really enjoyed that. It was so friggin'...
Don't spoil it. I just picked it up recently.
Did you? Oh, it's a beautiful film, not The Holdovers. No spoilers, but it's beautiful, right, Solitude? Yeah, but it was Longlegs. That's what I was thinking of, the Osgood Perkins one. But I really like Osgood Perkins' first film, I Am the Pretty Thing That Lives in the House. It was so great, so unique. In the middle of all this crap that was out at the time, it was just a unique film. And then he just kind of went downhill, and I really feel that way with him. I was never like an Ari Aster fan, I have to say. I do like some of the films, but can you think of any, Kerry, like a director that you loved the first one and the next one was just like whatever?
I'm trying to be honest with you, because see, I like a lot of older stuff, so it would be when you say modern, controversial maybe, but Kimberly Pierce.
Well, Carrie was awful.
Yeah. That's definitely one thing I wouldn't want to watch again.
But Boys Don't Cry is a spectacular film.
Yes, and that's what I liked about, because it was true story, but it's a very hard-hitting...
It is a spectacular film.
Yeah.
I mean, that was $1 Million Baby, right?
Hilary Swank, yeah.
Hilary Swank, yeah. But that first one was incredible. It really was. I mean, the people have said that Carrie was studio interference, but okay. I can't see a good movie being pulled out of that. What I saw, it was just an awful remake. I am, yes. Solitude. Looking forward to the new Knives Out mystery. I like him, man. I like him. Glass Onion was. I mean, Glass Onion wasn't as good as the first one, but the first one was fantastic. I'm a massive Jamie Lee Curtis fan, so I was just totally up for Knives Out. And plus Christopher Plummer as the victim. It was like Clue, right? It was. I love all that stuff. I kind of like the over-the-topness of Daniel Craig playing him like Clouseau. He's like really over the top, bumbling, but he's really smart at the same time. Interesting. It is. It's interesting. I think it was the right move for Craig to make to get away from Bond. I mean, he's totally every actor that played Bond has to do that. Connery did it. Timothy Dalton did it. I mean, definitely George Lazenby, pardon me, to the max did it. He started doing kung fu movies and stuff. But it was. I liked him. I liked him that he tries. But I mean, Craig was always doing different things. I guess he was in that Love Is the Devil that I really liked, the Derek Jarman one. Derek Jacobi film. But I'm up for it. I liked it.
Again, his first movie.
So is Rian Johnson directing the third one as well? Sorry, Gary, what was that? I was thinking of.
I said, don't forget Daniel Craig's first movie.
What was his first film?
The Power of One.
Oh man, is the horrible Nazi?
Yes, that's the one. That's the one that hits home to me a bit because I got cousins in South Africa. So
it's an incredible film. That was the first time I remember seeing Stephen Dorff. I never saw him in the Gate and stuff when he was a kid. I never saw them. The first time I saw Stephen Dorff was The Power of One, and Morgan Freeman. It's just
that's right.
It's an incredible film. It really is.
Yeah.
They run this way, they run that way. They are cowards.
Yes,
it's a powerful film.
That's good. I don't know how you could pull that out, but that's how it is. Yeah,
it's a powerful film, man. I remember that on VHS. That was the days of VHS. But that was the first time I saw Stephen Dorff, and he was so good in it. I mean, the guy who plays his German grandfather as well, he's a really recognizable actor. Oh man, me too. Solitude. Kelly Reichardt's one of my favorites. In my opinion, along with Ferreira, she's the best filmmaker working today. I really do. I mean, everybody, some people like the Bajonia stuff and all that stuff that's happening. But with me, Kelly Reichardt, Ferreira, two best filmmakers working today. I really believe that. And the Mastermind, I'm sure it's going to be spectacular. I really am. But it's the biggest budgeted film she's ever had. And I'm looking forward to seeing what she'll do with it. I mean, I admire her because she's a teacher too. She's taught film for 40 years in the States, in New York. But I love her so much, Solitude. I think she's incredible. I'm really looking forward to The Mastermind. I am. It's going to be great. I'm sure it is. It's based on a true story as well, right?
Okay, I'm going to say this as a not as a what's the word? A promise, but it's like once we're finished, little shop, I'm going to share a screen of a movie. No, not a movie, but just a piss take of movies.
All right, I'll look forward to it.
So
all right.
That's going to be our curtain our final curtain for tonight. So yeah, I have to find it there because it's a couple of years old, the video, but it's just takes the piss out of some films.
Cool.
So, and most ones we never even seen. So
I look forward to it. I do. I look forward to it. The 12th of December for Kelly Reichardt, The Mastermind.
Right.
Cool.
The Mastermind.
I look forward to it. She's just there's nobody else like her, Solitude, man. She's just so great. I mean, flipping River Grass, Old Joy, and she's just incredible. She really is. Every film she's done has been. I mean, Meek's Cutoff was so like when she finally got a little bit of budget. But I don't know if you've watched it, but I did Wendy and Lucy. I did a video about Wendy and Lucy here on the channel on Boneyard Cinema. I think I might have spoke about this actually before on a stream with you. It might have been with you, Solitude, but I just so emotionally connected with Wendy and Lucy, like on a 100% degree, like mind-blowingly important level. And when you see a piece of art sometimes that really just gets you, that film just got me. I'd lived that life that Michelle Williams' character had lived in Wendy and Lucy. It was an incredible moment of cinema for me. It really was. Kelly Reichardt's, I mean, to put her next to Ferreira for me is a big deal, but I put her up there with Ferreira because there's nobody else quite does anything like those two do. There really isn't. Not together. Obviously, they've never made a film together, but as artists, incredible artists. I know that sounds a bit pretentious, but
no, not really.
They're just incredible artists. It's called Night Moves, Solitude. Night Moves.
Actually,
Night Moves I've said incredible about 10 times there, but Night Moves is incredible. It was. I remember seeing that in the cinema, in a little cinema. I mean, like literally like a 30-seat cinema, because it didn't get much of a big distribution. That was like our first kind of breakout one. Solitude, if you remember, I think that was like the one she made that was like coming out, because it had really good actors. The cast was really good in it. You had the best role he did. The guy from Now You See Me.
Eric Bana or Mark Ruffalo.
No, the man. What the hell's his name? Let me grab it. Like I say, God, I feel like I am doing them a disservice by not remembering the names. But yep, the movie's Night Moves, and Night Moves is fantastic. I would go as far as to say that's in my favorite movies of all time. Night Moves. Jesse Eisenberg, Dakota Fanning, Peter Sarsgaard. Oh, James Lee Gross too. I forgot James Lee Gross plays the guy at the farm, yeah. But I mean, James Lee Gross is a gorgeous human being too, and a brilliant actor. I love that guy so much. But yeah, Night Moves it's just incredible. It is incredible. It's so. I mean, that's why I love cinema. It was like I remembered seeing her second film, Old Joy, and just falling in love with it and thinking she's an amazing director. Man, what's she gonna do next? Jesse Eisenberg. That's it, Jesse Eisenberg. But and then she disappeared off the radar because she couldn't get funding to make the films, and she wanted to become a teacher, and she's been teaching film since. But my God, I just love to meet her. I'd love to meet Kelly Reichardt and talk about films, because she loves Monty Hellman. You can see it in her work. I think she's one of the most important filmmakers. Like I say, I think Ferreira more so, but Kelly Reichardt, I still think she's one of the most important filmmakers working today. Definitely. I guess I am pretentious. I'm not like one of my friends once said to us, I'm the most like pretentious person they've ever met, because that kind of cinema, I think, is kind of treated as pretentious, but it shouldn't be. Everybody should watch it and love it. It's the best. That's the best of cinema for me. It was like, I love Jean-Luc Godard, and Jean-Luc Godard said something once where he said, sometimes all you have to say about a movie is that is the best of cinema. And then you shouldn't have to say anything else about it. Because that one sentence, that is the best of cinema, encapsulates everything about what good cinema is. And he said you shouldn't have to explain yourself. You should just have to say that is the best of cinema. And then he said, if you say that, you're freeing yourself from being pretentious. You're just saying that is the best of cinema. Godard wrote some great essays, man. I've got a great book up there again. Godard wrote a great essay about Ingmar Bergman's Summer Interlude, which I think that quote's from, actually. But it's incredible. But it's... I do. Solitude. I make films all the time. I've literally just made one. I made one this summer. Short films. But I'm always... you can see a few of them on the Boneyard Cinema. It's behind the paywall, though. You've got to pay like 99 pence to watch them. But I edit for a living as well. I've edited with some great directors. But I've made like one or two films I'm proud of. I did a one called Things That Happen, which I'm very proud of. It won a couple of awards. It was about alcoholism, but it wasn't really about that. It was about the human soul. But I do. Solitude, I make films all the time. I literally do. I'm making 3 at the moment with a local writer, Paul Stone. We've made the first one. And these are off my own back. I know, I'm theatre release. I don't know if I could. I mean, I haven't got any backing that I could do it with. I've tried writing screenplays. I've wrote several screenplays. I've gotten close to them getting produced a couple of times. Like where I've pitched to people at the BBC, for example, in the UK. I got right at the last hurdle, and that one failed. I almost got a horror film produced by Asylum, believe it or not, in the kind of channel in the States. I wrote a horror screenplay called The Cultists, which was published as a book, which isn't available anymore. I wish it was, but it's not. I had a short line. I almost got that made with them, but so I've tried. I promise you, Solitude, I've tried. It's really hard to get I don't know, just to get them made, to get your name out there. It's hard. But I mean, in my own little way, I've always made films, and I make films every week. I'm always doing something, whether I'm writing music for somebody else's film or editing somebody else's film. Or it's I know I talk about them like I love them, but I do live them too. Solitude. I live films. It's I'm making them every day, even if it's storyboarding the ones I'm going to make next week. But I wish I could. I really wish I could get a theater release. I mean, there was one film I got. Well, this wasn't my film actually. You should probably tell. But there was a film about sex trafficking called The Crossing, and that got shown in the here in London. It got shown at the David Lane room at BAFTA, and it was that was pretty cool. So I got to see work. I edited. I was assistant director on that, editor, and I did loads of things. But they were the main two roles I had on that, and that was great. I got to see that one on the big screen, which was really cool. I mean, there's a couple, but that one was pretty cool. That was. I wish I could show them to you, man. I really do, but I mean, all of them are copyright protected because of music and stuff and all that. But I wish I could, and hopefully, Solitude one day. I am aiming to it. I mean, if I could get one released on DVD or even get one on Amazon, I'd be happy. I mean, I did direct a feature film a couple of years ago called Recovery, which I wrote and directed myself. But it's a bad film. It's not a very good film. I was studying for a master's degree, and I just took the equipment I had and made a film with whatever people I could. And it didn't work out as well as I thought it would. I thought I was better than I was. I was like proper influenced by Jim Jarmusch. I thought, fuck it, I'll just go out and do it. And it just didn't turn out the way I thought it would. But I did direct that, and it won a couple of awards, and it was shown theatrically in the LA Forum Experimental Film Festival. And I got to go to LA and watch it. But that was on theater, but it wasn't. I mean, there was 300 people there. It wasn't a big crowd. It wasn't like released. And I'm glad, because it was a terrible film. I'll be horrified if people could say that now. But man, it's the dream. That would be the dream, Solitude. If I could, I mean, I also love the Boneyard. If I could do the Boneyard for a living, I'd be over the moon. But at the minute, I mean, the money you make from ad revenue and stuff it's just so. But it's the. I mean, I make enough to pay the internet bill pretty much every month from YouTube. So if if I'm lucky, I'll make 50, 60 quid like a month to pay the internet bill. And obviously you get people who pay subscriptions as well, and that goes towards that. But I'd love to do a living of it. I don't think I ever will. Solitude. It's a good question, that. So sorry to bring it up, but aren't you afraid at some point you'll get older and you'll lose touch with the times and lose inspiration? I don't think I ever will. It's always making something, always. But I've always been that way since I was a kid. So always wanted to do it. Always
you garbled there.
Sorry?
You kind of garbled.
All right. It's probably drunk. But I'm just kidding. But no, it's fine to let you, but not. I always get inspiration from somewhere. I'll always keep making things I know I will. And getting older, it's always a concern. It is. Because you think, if you think fast enough, you can do that. But I mean, I've made film this summer with that was great, but I do know what. But, I mean, the best thing you can do for me is true to yourself, Solitude, and true to myself. Do what I want to do, and I've done it. I mean, there was a time where I was getting job offers when I was a little bit younger, and I turned them down, which I wish I hadn't turned down, to work on films that wanted to be good films. But we'll
You came too garbled, so you have to repeat yourself.
Oh, no sound again. Sorry. What was the last thing you heard?
Yeah, you kind of read out the question, and then you're going garbly.
Can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll repeat it again then, I guess. But getting older is always a concern. Solitude, yes. And time is the only currency that we actually have. It really is. I mean, this money means nothing. It doesn't. Time is the only currency we have. And I do fear running out of time. But I'm really happy with what I've done already. I've made some great films, but that I think are great because of the relationships I've had with the people I've made them with and blah, blah, blah. But I don't think I'll ever lose touch with inspiration because every morning I wake up, there's an idea there. Or every night I go to sleep, there's a dream. And I think, I mean, you watch Charlie Chaplin was still making films when he was 81. It's a good question, though it is, but I don't think I will. Hopefully, fingers crossed, I'll never lose touch with inspiration.
Eat. And now for your listening and visual pleasure.
Oh, cool.
How to make a movie.
Here they come.
They're all over Birdemic, so.
Open the door.
The door's stuck.
Allo ntuuse mu Kampala.
Tokyalira kisiba lula ekisibe kyonna kyolaba ekyobuvunaanyizibwa.
Waliwo kyendaba ekya glasses wansi wano kye mba nkuba.
Balula ekyo.
Target confirmed.
Target confirmed. Target elabiddwako. Irina. Tugana maaso. Bino, why?
be wuko. Ebe ni metima kwa eja nyam no nenam.
That is amazing. I need to see this film like right now. Yeah.
That's the silent for you.
Scaring me to fuck.
Hey, Nicolas, I didn't know you. Eh? What be a base? I didn't know you.
Definitely not 1967.
And I don't understand.
Do there for
Come on, boy. Come and get it. Turn off your stereo! We hate loud noises!
I think that
but on your Mintina Namana, Mr. May Quaquatia de Mamma Mikura, and Yamana with him and the wife, Mr.
Things can become real in your mind.
Yay!
And you believe things you wouldn't ordinarily believe. Justice is served.
Подожди. Не стреляй. Может, она не бросится.
Возвращается.
Why would you run from a tortoise? They haven't got any teeth.
Good question, John. Good question.
I've never seen it before. There was 2 of those movies that I hadn't seen. I really need to check out that Monsters. I remember the Eden Project though with Dee Wallace. I remember watching that one on the Sci-Fi Channel.
Yeah,
but yeah, there's a few, and obviously we all know Neil Breen.
Yes, exactly.
He's incredible.
He is, isn't he? He's brilliant. He's so professional. He's not a diva at all. Well, that's the end of the night's stream, lads and lassies, and so I hope you enjoyed yourselves.
Oh man, it was great. I sure don't want to keep going. I could definitely keep going.
Actually, I don't. I want to finish up something I started working on beforehand.
I actually don't. I want to leave now, John. Right.
But thank you, Solitude. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, whoever else.
Solitude, man, it's been great as always.
Thank you, John.
I love the conversation we'll have. It's fantastic.
Yeah, right. I shall leave you and love yous and etc. etc. So have fun and have a good rest of the weekend. And